You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you straight into the Capitol in Tallahassee, where Senator Don Gates, a Republican from Crestview, is speaking right now about Senate Bill 7016. This is one of the bills that would make some change to the ballot initiative process, the constitutional amendment on the ballot. He's talking us through this proposal and why he thinks it needs to be done. Let's go ahead and listen in here.
Lose a constitutional election in Florida. And just this month, the sponsor of one of the amendments was fined another $122,000 for forgery and fraud. The Office of Election Crimes and Security says that our current laws are not sufficient and that the legislature must take more forceful action to stop fraud in the petition gathering and constitutional amendment process. And that's why Senator Grohl and I are sponsoring this bill. The bill addresses petition drives that are ongoing now, as well as amendments proposed after the bill becomes law. The bill is effective upon enactment, and here's how it works. First, regarding sponsors of initiative petitions, the bill limits the number of cycles a petition sponsor can remain active without achieving the signature threshold for Supreme Court review. The bill limits sponsorship of initiative petitions to one per political committee per cycle. It requires sponsors and circulators to submit completed petition forms within 10 days to avoid them piling up and to avoid identity theft. Regarding petition forms, the bill creates readable font size and page length requirements for initiative petitions and for the ballot. It requires additional personal identifying information for voters who collects more completed petition forms than his or her own and those of his or her family, plus two or more, needs to register as a petition circulator. The bill prohibits non-citizens, non-Florida residents, and felons who've not had their voting rights restored from acting as petition circulators. The bill requires personal identifying information for circulators so that we know who they are. The bill requires training for petition circulators and provides for that training. Regarding penalties for violations of laws governing citizens' initiatives, the bill increases civil penalties related to late submission or non-submission of completed forms, or knowingly allowing an ineligible person to collect petition forms, or filling in missing information on a submitted form, or pre-filing voter information on petition forms. The bill specifies that a petition sponsor is not liable for a fine if that petition sponsor discovers and reports a violation. This bill intends to put the onus on petition sponsors. And by putting the onus on petition sponsors, we are also saying to those sponsors, if you find out that there's something that's occurring in your name, and if you report it, then you won't be fined. The bill prohibits compensating petition circulators on a per-signature basis, makes it a third-degree felony for a person collecting petition forms to copy or retain a voter's personal identification for any reason other than to provide such information to the sponsor. The bill adds to the list of racketeering offenses a violation of the election code relating to irregularities or fraud involving issue petition activities. Regarding the Financial Impact Estimating Conference and those financial impact statements, the bill first clarifies that appointees to the Financial Impact Estimating Conference are to be professional staff from all appointing authorities, and that the FEIC may only be convened by the Senate President and the House Speaker. The bill provides for inclusion of the financial impact statement on the petition form so that people know what they're signing. The bill also requires supervisors of elections to notify voters whose signatures are verified and provide an opportunity for such persons to report if their signatures were forged or misrepresented. And there was a lot of that in the 2024 election. The bill revises governing costs supervisors may charge for signature verification so that the costs are paid by the sponsors and not by the taxpayers. The bill requires the Office of Election Crimes and Security to investigate the activities of the sponsor, circulator, and anyone collecting petitions on the sponsor's behalf if the percentage of invalid signatures in any given county during a reporting period exceeds 25%. The bill requires that completed petition forms collected by ineligible or unregistered circulators be invalidated. All of these provisions are tied to findings of fraud by the Office of Election Crimes and Securities. Further, thanks to Senator Bradley, the bill prohibits the use of public funds to advocate for or against any issue that is the subject of a proposed constitutional amendment, and that's the bill.
Are there amendments?
None of this, Mr. President.
Are there questions of the bill? Senator, the House bill is here, and if you wish to substitute, please point out the differences.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House bill is here, and it will be our intention at the end of this process to lay the Senate bill on the House bill and substitute it. The substantive differences are that the Senate bill requires any person who possesses more than a specified number of completed petition forms to register as a petition circulator. The House bill maintains the ability of persons to serve as unpaid volunteers without registering. The House bill does not include the Senate provisions that would include the financial impact statement on petition forms and in the list of issues the Supreme Court automatically reviews. The House bill requires criminal background checks for circulators. The Senate bill does not. The House bill makes the coordinator of the office, makes the state economist a non-voting member of the FIEC. The Senate bill maintains current law where the state economist is a voting member. The House bill requires the sponsor to post a $1 million bond upon reaching a certain signature threshold. The Senate bill does not require a bond. The House bill sets the invalid signature threshold for investigation at 10% of invalid signatures in a given county instead of 25%, which is in the Senate bill. The House bill allows a voter who signs a petition to revoke his or her signature for any reason. The Senate bill limits revocation only to those instances in which a signature has been forged or misrepresented. And finally,
Senator Don Gates, Republican from Crestview, talking through this bill that would change the constitutional amendment process. Right now, talking about the differences between the Senate bill and the House bill. The House has passed its version of the bill, and so it sounds like that once they kind of go through and debate this, they will replace that Senate version with the House version, which means if that bill passes the Senate, that it will then head to the desk of the governor. You heard him talk about concerns over fraud, the reasons that this bill was brought up to begin with. But we also heard through the committee process many critics of this saying that they are concerned about it making it more difficult, especially for citizen-led efforts, and what that might mean, maybe perhaps having a chilling effect, leading some not even to attempt a ballot initiative because of some of these changes. So we are going to continue to monitor this, wait and see what the debate might be here on the floor of the Senate in Tallahassee. For now, we're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for watching on this Wednesday morning live on Fox Local, fox35orlando.com, and also on YouTube. We are still monitoring a debate over that constitutional amendment bill in the Florida Senate, so we will check back in on that in a little bit. Also, later in the show, we're going to talk more about the Orlando Dreamers unveiling their investors in a push to bring an MLB franchise here to Central Florida. The Brevard County teacher who is facing charges in connection with that large house party that involved a number of students. She was in court today ahead of a trial. That trial now slated to get underway next week, trying to get the charges dismissed against her. We will take you inside the courtroom in Brevard County this morning. But we begin today with the attorneys for one of the victims in the FSU shooting calling for transparency. They held a news conference on FSU's campus earlier today. Attorneys representing the family of Tiru Chabba. He's the 45-year-old man, father of two, from South Carolina, who was killed during that mass shooting at FSU earlier this month. And today, attorneys representing his family called for transparency, called for an open investigation into what happened, and specifically the release of more information about the suspected gunman. You may know that there really haven't been any releases of information or other news conferences from law enforcement since the day of the shooting. I want to play for you as we hear from the attorneys representing the family of Tiru Chabba just a little bit ago in Tallahassee.
Thank you. My name's Jim Bannister, and I, along with my co-counsel, represent Tiru Chabba and his family. Last week, he was laid to rest. His family, friends, and particularly his working buddies at Aramark all were there and spoke and told stories about Tiru, about his compassion, his diligence at work, and his abiding sense of humor. And underlying that funeral was questions about why and what happened. The Chabba family has realized that there's a mourning period that will really never end. They will never get over missing Tiru. He won't be there to see his children graduate from high school. He won't be there to see them marry, to have his grandchildren, and he won't be there with his loving wife to grow old with her as they had planned. That was appropriate for then, and that was the focus for the funeral, celebrating his life. But now it's time to try to get some answers to the why and the what. The why may be difficult. It may even be impossible. But the what is a different story. The family can and should be given some certainty about exactly what happened on that day. And so they recognize, and they want everybody to know, the officials and law enforcement, that they want there to be a thorough investigation, and they want that time to be appropriate so that that can happen. But every day that they don't have basic answers to what happened is difficult for them. It's hard to process the grief appropriately without a real understanding of everything that happened on that particular day. And so while they want to give law enforcement and officials the time that they need, we want there to be a sense of urgency. To the extent that it can be done as rapidly as possible, that's what they would like. And I would like to say thank you, too, to the media, because they have respected the family's time to grieve and mourn. But now we're moving into a different process here to figure out what happened. Thank you.
Robbie Bell.
Good morning. My name is Robbie Bell. As a Florida State alumni, this hits hard at home. For such a special place to me, to be here under this horrific tragedy, it's hard to put into words. As a Florida State Seminole, we have a very strong community. It's built on integrity, character, and pride. And as being part of the Florida State family for generations, dating back in my family, family is the most important thing. And we are here for one reason, to put the victims and their families first. Thank you.
We'll take any questions you all have. Yes, ma'am?
What gaps or concerns do you believe exist in the current investigation?
We're not sure, mainly because our family and many of us have been kind of left in the dark in terms of what's happening. I will tell you this, Florida State University, Aramark have stepped up. We're not here to cast any aspersions on the university or their leadership. They were gracious enough to give us this space. They showed up at the funeral, which means a lot to the family. But we are asking, and this happens sometimes either intentionally or unintentionally, anytime you have law enforcement investigating other law enforcement, sometimes things don't necessarily go as they should. And so we want there to be a watchful eye. And we know the governor wants answers. We know that the Florida Department of Law Enforcement wants answers. We just want there to be a little sunlight in the process.
Good morning. Despite FSU's cooperation so far, if and when there's litigation over Mr. Chabba's death, will Florida State naturally be a defendant in any legal action? Talk about that at all?
I don't know the answer to that question. Like Mr. Bannister said, it's a lot of questions that we still have remaining. My hope is that this is my hope, my sincerest hope, is that we're able to work together to make these families whole and provide whatever remedies possible without necessarily being antagonistic, without being adversarial. I'm not here for that today. I know there is a great deal of expectation when you have a civil rights lawyer come to town. There's going to be some flame throwing and some rock throwing, but I think that Mr. Bell stated best that this is about family, and we're hopeful that we can have some conversations down the road that may not prove to be adversarial. I'm just not sure yet because we don't have answers to those basic questions.
I have a question about Mr. Chabba, if I may. Can you talk a little bit about why was he here at Florida State on that day, and how often did he come here and why?
So Mr. Chabba and his family, they reside in Greenville, South Carolina, and he works for Aramark Corporation. And he was here on business. He was here representing Aramark, and they were. This was the second time he had been down in recent months. Aramark had been a vendor with Florida State for a while, and they were in the middle of negotiations for some continuing business concerns. So it was a little bit happenstance that he was here on that day in this particular location.
Yes, ma'am.
I was asking, so is there still no indication yet from police about a motive for?
No, we don't have any answers. I think that you guys have seen the same reports. I mean, a lot of things that we've seen have come from the media. We don't have any insight that you all don't have. No motives. I mean, that's the family wants to know why. As you can imagine, losing a father, having children, and you can't explain why. When your dad goes on a work trip, they're supposed to come home, and so we want to get those answers. Yeah, as much as the push and pull in me is telling me to get involved in that political debate, the family is not going to leave the politics to the legislature. And so I think one of the things that we can do is be instructive. It's a word we learned this morning, because we want to make sure that we prevent this from happening on the campus of Florida A&M, University of Miami, Bethune-Cookman. I think that there should be some initiative to make sure that our campuses are safe and secure. We need to understand who the shooter was. We need to understand his background. We need to understand what the university knew about who the shooter was in their background. We need to know what Tallahassee State Community College knew about his background. We need to know about his interactions with law enforcement. Were there any interactions with law enforcement? We need to know about his interactions in the Child Protective Services arena. So those are a lot of the questions that we just need to find some answers to. But the politics, we're not here for that. As I started, I just wanted to give a huge shout out to Ron DeSantis. We can argue over immigration policy later, but right now we're just trying to make sure this family heals.
Would you be looking at Leon County Sheriff for any culpability in the situation being with the weapon?
I don't have that answer yet. The question that I would ask you to ask is, how did this weapon get in the hands of this young man? And if we're able to figure out that, then we can go back.
And that was kind of my question. In the interest of transparency, what kind of information are you looking for about the alleged shooter, about his time with the Leon County Sheriff?
Well, I'm going to let Robbie chime in here as well, but one of the things we want to know is where he got the gun from, how he got the gun, those type of things. Should he have had the weapon? I believe that there are good laws on the books about people who have diagnosed mental health issues. Was there a diagnosis, those type of things? But I'll let Robbie chime in too.
Yeah, all I have to say is difficult questions require difficult answers, and that's what we're here for, to try to help solve some of these questions that are remaining. So there's still a lot to be investigated. We're going to handle our investigation with the utmost professionalism, and hopefully we'll help the families and the victims find some answers here.
Yes, ma'am.
What would justice look like for the Chabba family?
Great question, but I like to be intentional in my words. Justice for the Chabba family is Tiru with his family for holidays. Justice is him picking his kids up from daycare. Justice is him sitting around the dinner table. Justice is him being able to celebrate those birthdays, like Mr. Bannister said, graduations, weddings. So justice for the Chabba family is a little bit out of the realm of possibility now because his life was taken. What we're looking for is accountability. We want accountability in the criminal process that's being undertaken now. We're looking for accountability from the university to see what, if anything, they could have done to prevent it or prevent these things from happening in the future. Everybody stepped up to the plate so far. And we just want that transparency so we can answer the questions that you all are all asking. I mean, it's cool to ask us these questions, but the people with the answers simply, they're not, we want to know, they're not here. We'll do a couple more because I'm now feeling like I'm in Charleston, South Carolina, and under my shirt is now sweating.
Can I follow up on that
Please
just
do.
briefly? Because I think justice definitely does not look like the canonization of the perpetrators of violent crimes. And I think too often that the victims are left with a feeling like the focus has become all on the perpetrator of the crime, that they are then touted in the media, they become famous, and that would simply not be appropriate in this situation.
Two more questions. I know you have one, and then I'll get you the last, okay?
I want to return to the point you made a few minutes ago about making the family whole. And Mr. Bannister, if I'm getting far afield, please tell me here. Florida is a sovereign immunity state. This shooting took place on state property. We have a process in Florida called relief bills or claims bills. It takes years, and I'm saying sometimes decades, for a family, for the survivors, to receive financial compensation for a wrongful death. Are you aware of that?
We are becoming aware of that as we receive some of the paperwork from the Victims Assistance Program, and I will say that the forms leave you with a lot more questions than answers, and I'm a lawyer, so.
Yeah, we know that there are some tort obstacles. We know that there are some obstacles legally in, Leon County Courthouse and federal courthouses, but we believe we'll get accountability, and we believe that we're hopeful that the university will work with us. We're hopeful the Sheriff's Department will work with us. And again, we don't anticipate any adversarial relationship, and that's not why the family sent me down here, and that's not why I'm here today. Last question, and then we can answer some individual questions if you have them. I don't know the answer to that yet. We are exploring what resources the shooter and or his family have. We are going to do everything we can because this individual, he was a vice president. He was a father. He was a husband. There is a lot there that was taken from the Chabba family. And so I don't really have that answer for you either, but we'll explore any and all remedies possible. The last thing I'll say is thank you again to Florida State University. Thank you to the president of this institution. We saw you last Friday. You didn't have to come to the funeral. You could have sent a big delegation or made a big hoopla outside, but you just wanted to come and be a part of that celebration in this particular community at this particular time. And so there's a great deal of thanks that the president deserves. Thank you to the governor. Thank you to law enforcement. We just want a transparent, open investigation. A little sunshine never hurt anybody. Thank you, and God bless the great state of Florida, the state of South Carolina, and God bless all of you all.
So that was the news conference there in Tallahassee on the campus of Florida State University just a little bit ago, about an hour or so ago, where we heard from Bakari Sellers, a civil rights attorney, calling for an open and transparent investigation into this. You heard him list some of the questions that the family of Tiru Chabba wants answers to, including more about the gun and why the suspected gunman was able to have access to it, how he was able to get it, more about what happened and why it happened. Those are the main questions that they are looking for. You heard Bakari Sellers saying that there is no justice for this family. Justice would have been Tiru Chabba still being alive. He isn't, and so they said at this point just looking for some accountability. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, things a little cooler, a little more refreshing out there this morning.
It's true, Garrett. It's true. Instead of it being 90 degrees at noon, we're sitting there in the 70s, but we're going to warm up today. At the beaches, really pleasant weather, highs close to 80 degrees. There is a moderate risk for rip currents with waves of 2 to 4 feet, but a beautiful beach day if you're heading down that way. Inland, though, it's going to be a little bit warmer. We're going to warm up to about 87 in Orlando. But the good news, as you very aptly observed, is that it feels a little cooler. And the reason for that today is lower humidity values. So it's going to be a delightful high in the mid to upper 80s. And 86 is considered our normal high, so we're just about where we should be this time of year. And yes, temperatures are rising as we head toward the end of April. This is the last day of April. We'll see 87 degrees for the day today, up to 88 tomorrow, and then 89 degrees to round out the work week with dry weather. Now, this means the drought's only going to get worse here over the next 3 days, but there's good news, and it appears that this weekend we'll have a pattern change, and that pattern change will bring rain to the region. It's not going to be enough to end this drought. We are down in some locations over a foot of rain, but it will put a little bit of a dent in it and maybe reduce the severity a little bit. Right now, it's officially severe to extreme drought. So this is what's going on. We've got a front coming down from the southern plains. That's a front that's producing severe weather this morning across Oklahoma and North Texas. It eventually gets here in one form or another during the middle of the weekend. So for Saturday, don't cancel outdoor plans, but we'll see increasing clouds, and there could be a couple of showers, maybe even a rumble of thunder Saturday evening. Then the front physically parks overhead on Sunday, and in doing so becomes stationary. You can see that designated by the red and blue together, indicating that's not quite a warm front, not quite a cold front, but it's just kind of a division line between the humid tropical air to the south and the drier air mass to the north and to the west. And so as long as that's parked overhead, it will be a focus point for rain. So we're going to see rain coming in, a couple of waves on Sunday evening, Sunday night. Some of it could be quite heavy. We may see over an inch of rain in some communities, and thunder and lightning. And then on Monday and Tuesday, well, the front stays parked overhead and it'll remain kind of dreary with generally cloudy skies, some bright breaks, but then more showers and even a couple more rumbles of thunder. And if you look at the cumulative rainfall totals, we may see between Saturday and Wednesday over 3 inches in some communities. So that's very good news. Not everybody's going to get that kind of a soaking, but there is a potential at least. As far as the weekend forecast goes, there's a 40% chance of rain on Saturday and a 60% chance of rain on Sunday. Don't cancel your plans on Saturday, but on Sunday, if you're out, especially on the water, where it'll take a little while to get back to port or back to the boat ramp, make sure you keep a close eye on the clouds, on the sky, and if you're within cell phone range, on your radar app, just to stay storm aware anytime after 3 o'clock on Sunday. Lightning Sunday would be the biggest hazard. All right, let's look at the 7-day forecast. We've got sunshine from today right through Friday. Then clouds on the increase this weekend. Saturday, 40% chance. Sunday becomes likely. And then looking ahead to Monday and Tuesday, well, the forecast features that front lingering. So we've got about a 50-50 shot at some passing showers and a storm on Monday, about a 40% chance on Tuesday. Garrett, this is not the arrival of the rainy season. That's what we usually get around here when you can set your watch by the afternoon showers and storms. This is actually from a front that's going to be physically in the vicinity forcing lift. We don't typically get into that rainy season pattern until about May 25th. That's the average. It can come a little earlier some years or it can come a lot later other years. Behind this system, it looks like a cold front rolls in, and so a weak one, but one where it'll push in dry air. So it looks like we're probably going to be on the later side of the arrival of the rainy season. And that'll arrive when we finally get into a pattern where cold fronts don't really make it farther south than I-10. And so we have that persistent east-southeast flow, and with just the natural heat and humidity this time of year, air rises and rain forms every day. So you'll probably have to wait until early June for that process to happen. But this will be kind of effectively like a mimic, if you will. Sort of like, you know how in nature there's like a moth that looks like a bee to try and make predators think that it has a sting, but it's just a harmless moth? That's kind of like what we're looking at with this kind of a system. Harmless, maybe that's too light of a word. Sunday could be a little rainy during the evening. So we'll see how it all goes.
Well, at least we're getting a little bit of rain because we certainly know we need it. So start of the rainy season or not, at least it's some moisture.
That's right. I mean, rain is rain, right?
Yep. All right. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, we appreciate you joining us.
My pleasure as always. Thank you, Garrett.
No rain out there just yet, though. Looking at the sunshine over downtown Orlando and Lake Eola on this Wednesday morning. Keep it here on Fox Local. We'll be right back with more Fox 35 News Plus after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you back to the floor of the Florida State Senate in Tallahassee right now as they debate a bill that would change the ballot initiative process, make a number of changes to the process, to requirements, really to crack down on potential fraud. This is Senator Rosalind Osgood, a Democrat from Fort Lauderdale, who is offering an amendment to this bill. And that just moments ago, Senator Don Gates said kind of runs contrary to the entire purpose of the bill. She is defending it. Let's go ahead and listen in as she talks about her amendment to this bill.
But it also acknowledges that there could be good, honest, decent people, citizens of the great state of Florida, who simply want to put a ballot initiative forward in the process that the state has put in place. So I'm asking you to vote up on this basic amendment that allows us to do both, have access and make people accountable. And that is the amendment.
All those in favor of the adoption of the substitute amendment signify by saying yay. Yay. All those opposed, no. Show the amendment is adopted. Please read the next amendment to the substitute amendment.
Amendment to Substitute Amendment Bar Code 166178 by Senator Polsky. Delete lines 570 through 829 and insert amendment.
Senator Polsky, you are recognized to explain the amendment to the substitute amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment requires a supervisor of elections to notify a voter if the signature on a petition form is unable to be verified, either because of a deficiency in the form, for example, a date missing, a wrong county, or an issue with the signature. The form would instruct the voter to complete a new petition form or notify the Office of Election Crimes and Security if they suspect fraud. The amendment ensures that supervisors are sending notices both to voters.
I want to go ahead and cut in here for a moment. This is a cabinet meeting being held by President Donald Trump. It looks like it is just getting underway. He is speaking now. Let's go ahead and listen in.
From imports, inventories, and government spending was up plus 3% when you add it. We had numbers that despite what we were handed, we turned them around, and we were getting them really turned around. Gross domestic investment was a whopping 22%. Now, that is a number that people are coming in at numbers. For instance, I just walked in, I heard Samsung is now, because of the tariffs, they're going to build massive facilities in the United States. If we didn't do the tariffs, they wouldn't be doing that. So it takes a little while to get those facilities built, but they're coming in with big numbers. They're all coming in with big numbers. We have more money being spent than at any time in the history of our country. We're up to close to $8 trillion, I think I can say. And really, it's going to be a lot higher than that. Those are just the ones that we know about. $8 trillion. I'm not going to say, but I'm not sure if Biden did $1 trillion for 4 years, $1 trillion. But we're at $8 trillion for 2 months, because let's give us a pass on the first month. We were sort of getting a little bit used to things, right? But after 2 months, we have $8 trillion. There's never been a number like that. And that includes chip companies, car companies, every form of manufacturing, high-tech companies. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. So $8 trillion. I can talk about gross domestic product, gross domestic investment. I can talk about a lot of things, but to me, the biggest numbers, the kind of numbers that are, and these people are coming in. Our Secretary of Commerce spent the weekend. He went down to Arizona to see what was happening with the biggest chip company in the world. And he said, Howard, you said, you've never seen anything like it.
Amazing.
You want to just describe what you saw?
So they're investing $165 billion in 1,100 acres in Arizona, and they're building the highest tech chip manufacturing, semiconductors, and 4,000 employees. You know, American tradecraft, right? Technicians doing every kind of work. The classic foundation of America is building it. They had 14,000 people. They're expecting 40,000 people to build the rest of their plants and to employ 20,000 people for the rest of the time.
And
This is all driven.
You never saw a site like that.
And this is all driven by your tariff policies. No chance this be happening without you.
It's going to be about 40% of the chip market from that one section, and this is the biggest chip maker. They have 99% of the market. They come from Taiwan. And unlike the CHIP Act, which was done by Biden, where they hand everybody billions of dollars, the thing they don't need is money. They got plenty of money. What they need is an incentive to come in. And the tariffs, they're building because of the tariffs. Without the tariffs, and I'd like to say they're building because of November 5th, the election, and the tariffs. But I'm going to be a little more blunt. They're building because of the tariffs, and November 5th gave them the tariffs. So it's amazing when you look. And these are not companies that go out and say, well, we're going to build, we have to go get our financing. Let's go. Like we would, in New York, everybody would look, you get a building site, and then you'd look around for money, you'd look around for financing for 6 months, you'd get your financing. You'd build your building, the market would be good, you'd make money, the market would be bad, it wouldn't be so pretty, you'd have to negotiate, blah, blah, blah. This is different. These people have so much money, they don't know what to do. I asked Howard, did they finance it? No, they do it through cash. And they say that site, and they just started, they just announced it like a month ago, and they've already started. He said, I've never seen a site like it, so big. So, you're talking about essentially a $50 billion building. Now, if you build a warehouse for $50 million, that's a big warehouse, Scott. But a $50 billion building, that's a lot. They're building the electric, they've become a utility. And I'm giving them the right to become. They're going to build their own electric. They're going to build their own electricity, which they need tremendous amounts of electricity. They're going to build it themselves. Anything they have left over, they'll hook that into the grid. But the grid is old and they're unreliable, and bad things can happen to grids. I said, if you want, you can hook into the grid, but that's a little bit risky. Or you can build your own electricity and become your own utility. And they, I think, in all cases, are deciding to do that. So it's very exciting, and we have a lot of things going. We took over on January 20th. These are quarterly reports. We took over on January 20th. The tariffs haven't kicked in yet. I know that, and I don't want this to happen, but I know that China is doing very poorly right now. I just saw some reports coming out, and I don't want that to happen to China. I like the president a lot, President Xi. I don't want it to happen. I was actually saddened to hear it, but they are getting absolutely hammered in China. And, they're sending boats, the biggest boats in the world, carrying cargo like nobody's ever seen before. These are the biggest boats in the world, biggest cargo ships in the world. And they're coming and they're turning around in the Pacific Ocean. They're doing a big U-turn and going back because they don't want the goods, because 145% tariff. But at a certain point, I hope we're going to make a deal with China. We're talking to China, but their factories are closing all over China because we're not taking their product. We don't want their product unless they're going to be fair with us. And that includes intellectual property and other things. There are a lot of things far beyond just buy, sell. So we'll see what happens. But, I was not, because somebody said, well, were you happy? I said, I am not happy. I want China to do well. I want every country to do well. But they have to treat us fairly also. So with that, I think we're going to maybe go around, and we have some letters where the secretaries and people around the table are making statements about how they're doing and what's happening. And I could start with Pete on the left because he's my least controversial person at the No, they don't know how good he is. So we'll go around the table and you can hear it. And these are cabinet meetings where they're very open and transparent. And I can guarantee you Biden didn't do this. He didn't do this. Go ahead, Pete.
President Trump making remarks at the start of his cabinet meeting. We're now getting ready to hear from a number of other cabinet officials, starting with Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. If you'd like to keep watching this, we are streaming it separately on YouTube right now, so you can watch that as well. We're going to take a break here, though, on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I am Garrett Weimer. That is Senator Don Gates, who is continuing to speak as debate continues in Tallahassee over the bill that would make some changes to the ballot initiative process. We are still monitoring that, may check back in on that in just a little bit. But I want to get you to court in Brevard County, where a teacher accused of attending a large drunken house party with students in Cocoa Beach was in court this morning. Carly Anderson, she is charged with disorderly intoxication and disorderly conduct. She is on administrative leave out of the classroom while this all plays out. In court today, the defense said they want the charges thrown out. I want to play for you that hearing from Brevard County just a little bit ago.
In the State versus Carly Anderson, the case number is 2025 MM13006. Counsel, I do see that your client is present with you at the table. Are both parties ready to proceed on this matter?
Defenses.
Yes, Judge. All right, thank you. All right, so today's hearing is regarding the defendant's motion to dismiss, and that was filed April 24th of this year. The court has read and reviewed that motion to dismiss. Later that day, I did receive a state's motion to strike the defendant's motion to dismiss. Also was titled, and it's reversed to the defendant's motion to dismiss. And have you had an opportunity to look at the state's motion to strike?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and I would now give you an opportunity, Mr. Weaver, if you'd like to respond to that motion to strike.
Well, first of all, I don't think a motion to strike is appropriate. A reverse might be. I don't know of any facts that are actually in dispute in this case, which is why I filed the motion to dismiss. However, maybe the state could be heard to tell the court what facts might be in dispute that we don't know about.
Okay, I'm going to give them an opportunity to be heard.
So if no facts are in dispute, it is appropriate for the court to rule on the law of the facts as they are presented.
But their motion to strike, your motion to dismiss, is based on your motion to dismiss not being legally sufficient. So that's why I'm asking you for your response as to your motion to dismiss being legally sufficient.
I think it is legally sufficient. I didn't get a transcript of the video, which takes maybe 2 minutes or so. It's a body cam video from Corporal Demetrius Brown, and that video comprises the facts of the case. So no, I didn't write a transcript of that, but everybody knows exactly what I'm referring to.
All right, thank you, Mr. Weaver. State, I'll give you an opportunity to address your motion to strike the defendant's motion.
The state's position is that the motion to dismiss filed by the defendant is not legally sufficient. Under Florida Rules of Criminal Procedure 3.190C4, requires the defendant to allege that there are no material disputed facts and that the undisputed facts do not establish a prima facie case of guilt against the defendant. The facts on which the motion is based should be alleged specifically in the motion sworn to. The state's position is that it's hard to say whether there are any disputed facts or undisputed facts because there are no facts alleged in the motion specifically, other than referring to the fact that there's body cam footage. But the state would argue that that is not legally sufficient. Multiple people could watch one video and all have a different interpretation of what they see on that video. Additionally, there is additional evidence in the case that is not perhaps captured on the video, such as the officer's in-person observations and his interactions with the defendant, and also, as mentioned in the state's reverse, that there were Brevard County Fire Rescue EMTs that were on the scene that also encountered the defendant that evening. And that
Mr. Weaver, anything further?
No, Judge. I think that it's fairly undisputed that what Ms. Anderson is accused of is simply verbal. Under the case law, it is almost never a crime, any of these crimes, if it's strictly verbal interaction. And that's very clear in the case law. If the court wants to deny the motion based on a procedural issue, I'd say that we should focus on substance instead of procedure. And there's going to be a jury coming in Monday morning, I assume, on this case, and the same arguments will be made during the trial to the jury, to Your Honor. Maybe we could avoid some of that if the court wanted to make a ruling today.
Okay. All right. So after the consideration of both the written motions from the defense and the state's motion to strike and motion to dismiss, the court is going to grant that state's motion to strike, the motion to dismiss, without prejudice. And so I do realize that time is of the essence in this matter, but it does allow for the defense to file another motion to dismiss if you choose to do that, and can be done before we have the trial. And just for the record, the court does find that the motion to dismiss filed by the defense is legally insufficient.
Okay.
All right. So we are currently set for Monday morning jury trial to begin at 9 o'clock. And I do have, I think, one other case that's set also, but this one, of course, would be the first one that would be up, so we would all be ready for that.
And so that was the court hearing earlier today. I should note that the trial is slated to begin 9 a.m. on Monday with jury selection. It will begin the trial against Carly Anderson, who is charged with disorderly intoxication and disorderly conduct. Got to take another break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us on this Wednesday morning. A lot of excitement surrounding the Orlando Dreamers and the push to bring Major League Baseball here to Orlando, because yesterday the Dreamers announced that they have an anchor investor, and it is the founder of Heartland Dental, Rick Workman. He is going to be a major part of this push. Has the financial backing. We know that the team has secured about $2.5 billion for this push to bring Major League Baseball to Central Florida, including $1.5 billion to bring in a team, another $1 billion to build that stadium down in the heart of the tourist district, I Drive, near the Aquatica Water Park. According to reporting from the Orlando Sentinel, billionaire attorney John Morgan is interested and on board with investing into this team as well. This is a major announcement from this team and the effort to bring Major League Baseball here to Central Florida. Yesterday, Fox 35's Hannah McKenzie spoke with Jim Schnorf, who's the co-founder of the Orlando Dreamers, and they talked about what this means and where things stand in that effort.
So we're watching the situation very closely in these different markets that have stadium issues. So everyone asks about the Tampa Bay Rays. We believe Major League Baseball wants to get a longer-term conclusion as to what is going to happen stadium-wise with them sometime during this baseball season. They don't want to see this linger. I think there's some questions as to whether or not Tropicana Field can be repaired in time for the start of the 2026 season. And even if it can, at this point, that's just an interim solution. There's not a long-term solution over there. So we've taken a very measured and professional approach. We're not going to interfere with what's going on over in Tampa, St. Pete. What we are doing is controlling those things we can control and demonstrating to Major League Baseball Orlando is ready for a team. We think we have the pieces of the puzzle now put together, and we are ready for a team, whatever path that opportunity may come from, whether it's an existing team we would buy and relocate, or one of the 2 expansion slots that baseball's going to add.
So you're not saying that you have reached out to the Rays to see about them coming here, but you're not opposed to MLB making that decision for you?
We welcome any opportunity for acquisition, relocation of a team, or expansion. As I said, we have multiple paths for getting a team. We think that Major League Baseball will take a very responsible and measured approach to how that happens. And our mission is to show Major League Baseball the Orlando market is ready, our leadership team is ready. We believe we're at that point.
You've got the Rays in Tampa, the Marlins in Miami. Can Florida sustain 3 Major League teams?
That's a wonderful question. So last year, California had 5 Major League Baseball teams. Florida is the fastest growing state in the country, 23.3 million people. So if California had 5 teams, fast growing Florida can't have 3. And the other thing we would say is this, that if the Rays end up staying in the St. Pete, Tampa area, last season there were 15 Major League Baseball team pairs in closer proximity than the driving time from Orlando to be in your seat at Tropicana Field for a game during a weeknight. That's 3 hours. I've done it many times. 15 team pairs in closer proximity. Orlando is a unique market, most visited destination in the country. We'll get 80 million visitors this year. So we can support a Major League Baseball team, whether or not there are 2 teams in Florida. We think it would make eminent sense to have a 3rd team here. And when people raise the proximity question, we say, go look, Baltimore and Washington with the Orioles and the Nationals. You got 2 teams in Chicago. You got 2 teams in LA. You got the Padres, not that far away from the Dodgers and the Angels in California. We positively can support a team here. it's an anomaly that Orlando has no professional baseball. We no longer have spring training. We don't even have minor league baseball here. Every competing city has AA or AAA minor league baseball. But yet, if you look at the history of Central Florida, baseball is woven into our fabric. So many iconic Hall of Famers started their careers here. Babe Ruth, Joe DiMaggio, Stan Musial, Mickey Mantle, Hank Aaron, Jackie Robinson. It is an anomaly we don't have professional baseball here. Time has come. This is probably once in a generational opportunity, and we're seizing that opportunity.
What does it take now, though? I mean, are you going to need additional funding other than this $2.5 million that you conditionally have? Or would we need more money? Would we just red tape cut? What is it going to take?
So we think it takes two things going forward. It takes continued demonstrated community interest, media, fans, business leaders, and it takes the finalization of a public-private partnership. Major League Baseball does not want to see a 100% privately financed initiative, in any city. And the reason for that is it sets a very challenging precedent for other cities that are trying to get new stadiums, renovated stadiums, or whatever. Now, that public portion of the public-private partnership can take different forms. There's no special formula that says the public has to be 51% of stadium construction financing. There's in-kind and supplemental types of public support. It could be infrastructure improvements. It could be road improvements. It could be property tax abatements. It could be contribution of land. So there are multiple ways that public support can be demonstrated in Major League Baseball, but it can't be token, and it must be a public-private partnership. Major League Baseball will insist on that.
So Orange County Commissioners.
We're absolutely confident Orange County will do what is required. Jerry Demings is a smart county mayor. Buddy Dyer is a smart city mayor. Phil Diamond is probably the most competent county comptroller in the country. So name me another major county mayor in the country that has a finance background like Jerry Demings. So these are smart people. They've been very responsible. I mean, you saw how quickly the area was able to rebound from COVID. You've seen how fiscally responsible and competent that the city and the county are. And so
you think you've got that side then? You've got the public-private side weighed out?
Well, it's not finalized, but we are very confident that that will be finalized in the very near future, and that it will be under a structure that is completely acceptable to Major League Baseball. That's also very attractive to the citizens and the taxpayers of Orange County.
So still more to come with this, but something that we're watching very closely as this process moves forward. We know from Barry Larkin speaking with Ryan Elijah earlier this week that the organization, the Dreamers, is growing, that they are adding staff, that they are looking for additional office space downtown, that they are growing their efforts in this ongoing push. Interesting to hear Jim Schnorf talk about how Major League Baseball doesn't want it to be 100% privately funded, and so the importance of that public-private partnership and getting those local leaders on board, the city of Orlando, Orange County as well. We know that's a major part of the Dreamers push at this point. When it comes to the landscape of Major League Baseball, there's been a lot of talk about expansion, and obviously the questions over relocation that Jim Schnorf was answering there, potentially the Tampa Bay Rays moving to Orlando. That is certainly one path. Expansion obviously being the other path. 30 teams in Major League Baseball right now. The commissioner, Rob Manfred, has made no secret of the fact that he wants to see Major League Baseball expand to 32 teams, and that he wants to see that plan for that expansion laid out before 2029, when he's expected to retire and step down as Major League Baseball commissioner. Number of cities that have been debated when it comes to potential expansion: Austin, Texas, Charlotte, North Carolina, Nashville is obviously, Nashville, Tennessee, a major player in this. Orlando, of course. There's also talk of some international cities, including Mexico City, Montreal, that once had a team as well. So a lot of dynamics, a lot of factors in this, but we know that this push here in Orlando certainly has momentum right now, getting a lot of attention, and we will see where things go from here. I personally would love to see it. We are going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. When we come back, we are going to roll on, obviously extending longer than noon today. We've got a lot to cover, so keep it here on Fox Local. Much more to come right after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Live look right now at Kia Center, home of the Orlando Magic, and unfortunately there will be no Game 6 at the Kia Center because this season came to an end last night in Game 5, a 120-89 loss against the Boston Celtics, and the Magic's losing streak in the playoff series continues there. It was a tough game for the Magic for a number of reasons. Paolo getting into foul trouble early, and just seeing some more of the issues that we have seen throughout this series, throughout this season. After the game, though, we heard from Magic head coach Jamal Mosley, from Magic forward Franz Wagner, and from Paolo Banchero as well to talk about the loss and to talk about the season.
What I saw was the fact that he was driving to the basket and not getting calls. And in those moments, there's a level of frustration that can kick in when they're impeding your progress to the rim. And so they give him one charge, and then they give another one where he's a touch foul. Again, and then at the same time he goes to the rim, they're bodying him out of the way, and there's no call. And again, they see it, we see it, but it doesn't get hit. And then he picks up his fifth foul on what could have possibly been an offensive foul. I don't know. That's where it becomes a little bit frustrating because I don't understand what we're calling in that moment.
Perhaps you'll speak to the team about the overall season tomorrow or the day after that, but what was your message to your team about the season they've had and the effort they've put in the immediate aftermath of this game, if you felt it was appropriate?
We spoke a little bit afterwards. Despite all of the things that happened with the game, despite what we think is good call, bad call, right call, wrong call. Those are all part of the game of basketball, and we understand that. But what we did say, and I said to this team, was I'm extremely proud of the way that they competed and represented the Orlando Magic all year. And you can go down the list for the things that have happened to this group, and every reason to understand that we could have felt sorry for ourselves, and we never did. When Paolo goes down, guys stepped up. When Franz went down, guys stepped up. When Jalen went down, guys stepped up. When Mo went down, guys stepped up. When J.I. went down, guys stepped up. When Wendell went down, guys stepped up. Name the list. Koga goes down, guys stepped up. Everybody found a way. And that's who this group has continued to be and will continue to be moving forward. No matter the circumstances, no matter the adversity, no matter what you're hit with in a season, you find ways to step up and step into the moment that you're called upon.
It's kind of been part of the story all season about the team's struggles shooting from three. There have been a lot of games like this one where there are a lot of open looks that just won't go down. How did you think the team handled the frustration of those misses, or how would that have changed the game, or just how do you kind of reckon with the shooting struggles in a game of this magnitude?
You know, in this moment, it's hard to judge exactly when those things hit us, because as Paolo fouled out, it changed the way in which we played. Different lineup, different rotation, trying to find the right moment, trying to find the right rotation in that moment. But again, we were up at halftime with the quote-unquote shooting woes, and with them being on the free throw line a ton. So again, it's those moments. Yes, we see them. We're alert, aware of them, but we continue to fight through by defending the right way, trying to get easy baskets. That didn't happen tonight in the second half for multiple reasons.
Jamal, there was a sequence in the second quarter where Boston made a run, and then later in the third they went up 10 before stoppage. Why not consider calling a timeout before it gets too much momentum their way?
It was a 10-point game, correct? When I called the timeout, 60-70, called the timeout, and that was to settle us down. And so now in that moment, they go on another run, and then P gets that foul, and then we're in another situation. And so I think looking at it, you can burn it a couple times, but you're also understanding that these guys were getting great looks. If they were not getting good looks and we weren't at the rim, there's a definite reason to look at another one. But I think we got great looks, great shots, and that ball going in the hole, and they had the run-outs because of long shots, long rebounds, or misses at the rim. Those created some easy baskets.
We've mentioned and talked about all year the shooting struggles for the team in general. You mentioned got a lot of good looks in that third quarter when you're trying to stay in the game. How frustrating is it in a game of these stakes to feel like you're getting the looks that you want and they're just not going in?
Yeah, it's frustrating for sure. I think it's very obvious. Looking at the stat sheet, it's definitely some everybody on the team has to work on, and I think there's also a lot of good in that. Knowing that if we improve that, I think we're an extremely dangerous team.
You just kind of touched on the takeaway from the series. Just what's the big picture from this and from this experience?
I think exactly what I just said. I think I think we saw how effective our defense is against one of the best teams in the league. They won it all last year, so a bunch of close games. Obviously, small margins win these games, and third quarter today, last 4 minutes, last game. It's just one or two possessions sometimes that can make a big difference. We go here 2-2 is probably a totally different game. So, but that's what's fun about the playoffs, and we'll make sure we get better in the off season and come back better next year.
It's hard for the team to withstand me going out for that long. Honestly, I mean that you saw that in the third quarter. It's just a tough spot for our team to be in,
Kyle, you've seen both the Knicks and the Pistons. I'm just curious, who do you think would be the tougher matchup for Boston?
the Knicks or the Pistons.
Yeah.
I haven't really watched enough of their series, but I'm sure whoever wins that series would be a good series against Boston.
Back to this series, just what's your overall takeaway from a 5-game series with the defending champs?
I don't know, really. Lost 4-1. That's all I can really say.
I think you just answered my question, but I was going to ask, does how close 4.5 of those games were, is that kind of a springboard or show that your team is close to where you and your teammates wanted to go?
I mean, we wanted to go to the second round, so I don't think anyone is, necessarily happy that we, didn't get blown out 4 games. Like, that wasn't the goal. The goal was to win and go to the second round. So, I'm not taking any moral victories from this series. The goal was to win.
It's been a story for this team throughout the season. The struggles from everyone to make shots and to make open shots. Obviously you were out of the game for a lot of the third quarter, but what did you think of the quality of the looks that the team was generating through parts of that third quarter, and how frustrating is it when, especially in a game of this magnitude, that those shots aren't going in?
Yeah, it's just the way the game went. Shots didn't fall. I think my teammates did what they could.
We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you back to the Senate floor here, where Senator Chevron Jones, a Democrat from Miami Gardens, is debating right now as the debate continues on the ballot initiative process. This is SB 7016 that looks at constitutional amendments. Senator Don Gates there, one of the sponsors of this, talked about the concerns over fraud in the process and trying to lock down ways for this to prevent that from happening and lock down this process, really. Critics are concerned about what it might do to the citizen-led efforts to add constitutional amendments. Let's go ahead and listen into this debate for a little bit. We are expecting to hear from Governor Ron DeSantis at a news conference in Lake County around 1 o'clock, so we will cut in with that when it begins. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and listen in here on the Senate floor.
a $50,000 fine for allowing a non-citizen or ineligible individual to gather signatures. So, Senator, if the signatures collected are valid, why should the sponsor be held liable for who handed someone a clipboard? Isn't that excessive and punitive?
Senator Girl.
Senator Girl.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I think that this question was asked something similar, and Senator Gates answered during the amendments. This is about the circulator and the requirements to be a circulator. And either you're going to follow that law or you're not. And if you're not going to follow the law and you're not eligible to be a circulator, then you shouldn't be holding yourself out and getting those petitions. What the bill contemplates is that a sponsor is going to know. The sponsors are going to be in the best position to know whether or not somebody is out there, has registered, whether or not they're a U.S. citizen, a Florida resident, whether they've had their rights restored. And the sponsor is going to be able to, what the bill does is it gives the sponsor the ability to turn that petition circulator in so that they don't get hit with the $50,000 fine because they care about the integrity of those people out there collecting petitions on their behalf.
Senator Jones.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. So, Senator Grower, we're saying that now the sponsors are now ICE police, or individuals have this check on citizen of an individual who might be wanting to who want to be a part of a citizen-led petition?
Senator Grohl.
That's not what I said, Senator Jones. We don't have a background screening requirement in the Senate bill because we have an attestation by the circulator that they are a U.S. citizen, a Florida resident, and they are not a felon or they have had their rights restored. They have that attestation. The sponsor is ultimately responsible for their behavior. And so with that, the sponsor is incentivized to make sure that people who are eligible to circulate petitions in the state of Florida are in fact the ones out there working on behalf of their initiative.
Senator Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I asked this question in committee, and I'll ask it again as it pertains to the sponsor being able to see whether or not a returning citizen is eligible to vote. How are we going to do that, considering the fact that the state of Florida, or many constitutional officers down in our 67 counties, do not have a database to even share that information? So are we not concerned that an individual who will be a sponsor might hire someone who they themselves are not clear whether or not they are eligible to vote, but yet and still a sponsor is now pinned with a $50,000 fine and they did not know?
Senator Grohl.
Thank you. The bill doesn't prescribe how the sponsor needs to determine whether or not someone has had their rights restored. There is a process in the state of Florida whereby somebody can ask for an opinion of the Department of State regarding whether or not they have had their voting rights restored. And so if that's questionable, that's something between the petition circulator and the sponsor that they can work out and get confirmation of. But this puts the burden on the sponsor to determine whether or not someone is eligible to collect, because they ultimately have the responsibility and they will ultimately face the fine.
Senator Jones.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Senator Grohl and to President Gates, I want to jump to Section 10. You know, under Section 10, currently now is we're talking about the petition circulator. Since we're on that subject, the circulator must now complete mandatory training before engaging in collection. So I guess my question is, does the sponsor have any data that's showing a widespread of misconduct that makes such a mandate necessary, or is this another barrier designed to suppress the turnout or participation in the citizen-led initiative?
Senator Grohl.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the circulator is a fiduciary, and it is a fiduciary of the voter whose petition they collect. And because of that, we have placed this training requirement in the bill so that, and it is not a barrier, it's not viewed as a barrier, it's a 2-hour online training so that the petition circulator can be made aware of the laws that surround this specific activity. If anything, it's being done and being added to help sponsors and the people that are acting on their behalf stay within the guidelines of the law, within the provisions of the law, so that the activity that they're engaging in is lawful and it eliminates the potential exposure to fines.
Senator Jones.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Thank you for your indulgence. I have just about 2 or 3 more questions. I want to thank you, Senator Grahl, for that response. I want to look at and I think Senator Davis made mention of this, and that is the power to the Division of Elections. And we are given the Division of Elections basically new authority to, according to within the law, within what we're proposing, to disband political committees that fail to meet the arbitrary signature verification benchmarks, not in those exact words. But my question is, what safeguards exist to ensure that this power isn't used to target unpopular, controversial citizen initiatives?
Senator Grahl.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think what ensures that that doesn't happen is that we've put a number of cycles that a petition can be valid in the bill and that those signatures are valid for, and it's 3 cycles. It's not arbitrary, it's not based on the type of initiative. It's that if you are collecting signatures, they're going to be good for a certain period of time, but not in perpetuity, as things may change, such as either the underlying laws of the state or the financial impact statement, based on the current, I mean, it's a 6 years is 3 election cycles, so that's a long time for petitions to stay valid, and it applies equally to every political committee.
Senator Jones.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. And my final question, Senator Grahl, is I'm looking at line, I know we did some amendments, so the line might be off, so excuse me if it is, but I'm looking at line 417 and 418. I'm just kidding. I'm looking at lines 420 and 421, where we list the signed petitions from belonging to the person's spouse, parent, child, grandparent, grandchild, or sibling of the person or the person's spouse. And just for the sake of individual who might not fall into that category, what about a caregiver who is not a family member but might be a friend of the family whom they're not included on this? Would they be now violating the law if they're just a caregiver for someone?
Senator Grahl.
Thank you, Mr. President. A caregiver for someone would fall under the no more than 5 signed petition threshold. So there's nothing to say that that caregiver could not take the petition of the person for whom they are caring, as long as they stay within the no more than 5 signed petition forms, in addition to their own family. And just to clarify on the last question, the initiative proposal is good for 3 cycles. The bill doesn't do anything to change the fact that signatures are good for 2 years. So the bill does not address that.
Senator Jones.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. And this is more of a clarifying question. And so, Senator Grahl, I'm confused on this one because if it said the term does not include a person who collects, delivers, or otherwise physically possess no more than 5 petition forms in addition to his or her own signed petition form or signed petition form belonging to the persons in the same thing I listed. And maybe I probably need to ask you this offline, but if they don't fall into this category, I don't know if it reads that way, or maybe I'm reading it wrong, Senator Grahl.
I'm happy to walk through it more closely with you, but I do believe that it reads in a way in which they can possess 5 in addition to their immediate family members.
Additional questions. Senator Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Grahl. I want to ask you about a section in the bill I'm sure you're really familiar with. It's around line 976, at least in your amendment. And it's the portion that says a person who collects, delivers, or otherwise physically possesses more than 5 signed petition forms in addition to his or her own, that they would basically be committing a felony of the 3rd degree. So questions around that. I'm trying to get some scenarios, some common scenarios that take place during these petition gathering campaigns. If grandma at the Century Village in Boca Raton, I use Boca Raton because I grew up in Boca, so I'm familiar with the Century Village there. If grandma, who's been civically engaged her entire life, collects 5 signed petitions from her friends at bingo and brings them to the supervisor of elections, could she be convicted of a felony and serve up to 5 years in prison?
Senator Gates.
Thank you, Mr. President. No.
Senator Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. But the language of your bill says that a person who collects, delivers, or otherwise physically possesses more than 5 signed petition forms. So I'm setting up the scenario again, President Gates, that Grandma has more than 5 signed petitions, and Grandma's not being paid. She's just having fun playing bingo with her friends. She printed the petitions. She asked them to sign it. More than 5 of her friends have done so. They've given it to her. Thank you so much. And Grandma is not registered with the state to collect those petitions. She's just a volunteer. Would she be committing a felony of the 3rd degree, and can she be prosecuted for that?
President Gates.
Thank you, Mr. President. Here's what I would advise Grandma. And as I said, I have a 91-year-old mother-in-law who is much like the kind of person you would describe. The first thing is, if you want to have all the people in your neighborhood sign the petition, that's fine. If you want to, you can download or have somebody else download who has a computer as many of those petitions as you want. 100, 500, 5,000, and you can distribute them to all your friends. But if you act as a petition circulator and you take on the responsibilities of a petition circulator to gather petitions, to turn them into a sponsor, and the sponsor has to make sure that they're turned in properly to the right supervisor of elections in the right time period, that makes you a petition circulator. But the best news for Grandma is you can download as many of those petitions as you want. You can hand them out to everybody in your neighborhood or at Century Village that you want to. You just need to provide a little note at the top. Please send to the supervisor of elections. And I'll tell you what I would do. I would even add a stamp.
Senator Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, President Gates, for your answer. I understand that part, but Grandma's been doing this her whole life. You know, she's been part of the civil rights movement decades ago. She's collected petitions as a Florida resident for any number of ballot initiatives. She's never been used to not being able to collect those petitions from her friends because she's never had to do that. So I'm just trying to clarify for the record, if she's not aware of this change in the law and she doesn't simply hand them unsigned petition forms as you just described, and she innocently does what she's been doing her whole life. She asks her friends at bingo, more than 5 of those friends, to sign the petition, and she gathers them, and she prepares to bring them to the supervisor of elections later at some point, maybe later in that day, maybe the next day. Hasn't she committed a 3rd degree felony in your bill as someone who has not registered with the state to do so and is not paid?
President Gates.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I think the scenarios you're creating for Grandma presuppose that Grandma has a mind to evade the law. There are all kinds of alternatives. First, if she's hard over to not only get petitions signed and affect this constitutional amendment, but also to be the one who, after they are signed, and while they're signed, by the way, stands over them, because part of what you do as a petition circulator is you have to be there, you have to be the person who sees, yes, somebody signed this, and that somebody then handed the petition to me. And if you're so inclined to want to do that for a lot of people, then all you got to do is register with the state and take the 2 hours of training. But there are so many other ways that I've already described for Grandma to make sure that she's fully a part of this process, just as she has been other social movements in the past. But with my 91-year-old mother-in-law, they put up a stop sign and traffic lights at her corner. She was very unused to that. It took her a couple of times before she remembered to stop.
Members, we have completed 4.5 of our 65 bills today, and so I think we've earned a lunch break. Madam Rules Chair, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until 1:30 p.m. or upon the call of the President.
We'll show this bill temporarily postponed. We'll stand in informal recess until 1:30. Sarge, please secure the chamber.
increased by 95%. So your leadership on the economy matters to every region of this great nation. I'll tell you on the manufacturing front, I'm not on a national manufacturing tour. We've met with 250 manufacturers, and as I walk through the factory floors, they all ask me to thank you for fighting for their jobs, for these industries, and for the people who are creating things from pharmaceuticals to aerospace, to food, and all these essentials that this nation needs to be independent and strong. And to that end, I'm working with Congress. We'll be announcing tomorrow an upsizing of our manufacturing loans to make sure that that economic engine because 98% of all manufacturers are small businesses. It's incredible to walk through these factories that are really creating what you had in your first administration, the blue-collar boom. It's now a new-collar boom because it's the intersection of technology and manufacturing and what they can create for our war fighters, for our aerospace, for pharmaceuticals, with less than 300 to 500 employees, sometimes 100 employees. I was at a factory in Georgia on Monday that is creating machines to help with the Iron Dome in Israel. Less than 50 employees. This is the engine of our economy. It's the heartbeat of our communities. It's the small businesses that helped elect you because they needed your economic agenda. So thank you, Mr. President. It's such an honor, and congratulations on an epic 100 days. I do have to thank Elon. I do want to note we just cut $3 billion in contracts because of Doge's work. That's $3 billion that hardworking families that won't have to work until April 15th to pay for the waste, fraud, and abuse that we continue to find in this government on behalf of taxpayers. So again, thank you, Elon. As well.
Thank you. Great job, Kelly. Thank you very much. Elon, I love the double hat, by the way. He's the only one that can do that. Get away with it.
Well, Mr. President, they say I wear a lot of hats. It's true. Even my hat has a hat. The American people voted for secure borders, safe cities, and sensible spending. And that's what they've gotten. A tremendous amount has been accomplished in the first 100 days. As everyone has said, it's more than has been accomplished in any administration before, ever, period. This portends very well for what will happen for the rest of the administration. I think this could be the greatest administration since the founding of the country.
Well, we all want to thank you for your help. You really have sacrificed a lot. Been treated very unfairly.
Well, they do like to burn my cars, which is not great. It could be better.
But you have been treated unfairly. But the vast majority of people in this country really respect and appreciate you, and this whole room can say that very strongly. You've really been a tremendous help. You opened up a lot of eyes as to what could be done, and we just want to thank you very much. And you're invited to stay as long as you want. At some point, I guess he wants to get back home to his cars and his. You've done an incredible job. $150 billion. Think of that.
Yeah. 160 now.
Yeah, 160. They said, "Oh, it could have been more." And a lot of stuff is being worked on. That number could be doubled and even tripled. A lot of things are being worked on that we don't count yet because it's not quite there. But you've done a fantastic job, and we appreciate it very much, Elon.
Thank you. And it's also an honor to work with your incredible cabinet. I just like to say thank you, everyone. It's great to work with you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. President, congratulations on this truly historic first 100 days of your administration, really only made possible by your focused leadership on delivering the mandate the American people gave you. You've empowered all of us to deliver that mandate, and I'm grateful to have the privilege of leading the intelligence community towards ending the weaponization and politicization of the intelligence community that's gone on for far too long. And building out what is truly a lean and agile and effective intelligence community that is helping you deliver that promise to the American people of safety, security, and freedom. So, Mr. President, I'd like to highlight just 3 of the areas where we are helping to support your leadership and your work in making America safe again and bringing about these changes. First of all, because of your designation of cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, I took immediate action with our National Counterterrorism Center to prioritize their focus on those terrorists and gang members who are trying to enter our country through legal or illegal means, and to seek out those who already are here in our country because of the Biden administration's 4 years of open borders. We've been working very closely with your great Attorney General's team at the DEA to get these known cartels into our systems, to be able to stop them at the border, and turning over names to Department of Homeland Security and the FBI to be able to find those who are already here in our country. Just the other day, we found 700 alien terrorists who have ties to MS-13, Tren de Aragua, and the Sinaloa cartel. Just yesterday, our NCTC identified almost 600 individuals with ties to other terrorists who came through our borders illegally, claimed asylum, and under the Biden administration were paroled here within our borders. Secondly, Mr. President, like too many organizations in the federal government, the ODNI has become very bloated with too much waste and abuse going on within the organization. We've done a few immediate steps. We are doing more. The ODNI is 25% smaller and more lean today than it was when I walked in the door and when you took office. Secondly, we have just this morning actually shut down a human capital office. As soon as you issued the executive order to stop all DEI activities, we did that, shut down the DEI office. We discovered this human capital office that was essentially a slush fund for DEI initiatives, hidden under the guise of human capital, that closed down this morning, saving taxpayers $150 million. We'll soon be announcing an additional $2.6 billion in savings with other programs and contracts that do nothing to ensure our national security interests. And lastly, we're working every day to hold the deep state accountable, to end the politicization, weaponization of the intelligence community. This past week, I sent 3 criminal referrals for illegal and unauthorized leaks to the media of classified intelligence for prosecution. We have 11 more that are under investigation. We've revoked, at your direction, 67 security clearances, and we continue the work of declassifying documents, as we have already around JFK assassination. We have more coming for the assassination of Bobby's father, Senator Kennedy, and MLK assassination. And we continue our extensive investigations around exposing the very serious issues we have related to election integrity, illegal abuses of FISA, Crossfire Hurricane, and others. Mr. President, under your leadership, we are working every day to bring about that transparency and accountability that the American people deserve. So thank you for the opportunity.
Great job. Thank you very much. Lee?
Mr. President, at the Biden EPA, the Green New Deal was raging. At the Biden EPA, we saw billions of tax dollars burning. At the Biden EPA, we saw industries suffocate. But at the Trump EPA, the Green New Deal is dead. At the Trump EPA, we know that we can both protect the environment and grow the economy. At 13 pages of accomplishments from our first 100 days in here, and in it, part of it is 100 environmental accomplishments at the Trump EPA. You don't have to take my word for it. We released it to the media this morning. Every single day that President Trump is in this office, there will be a major environmental accomplishment. Every single day of the Trump administration. At the Trump EPA, we're also launching what is the largest deregulatory action in the history of the country. We're going to be giving our director of the OMB a whole lot of work because we inherited a big mess from the Biden EPA. And working with Elon and Doge, I've canceled now $22 billion worth of grants. Now today is a special day for many reasons. The biggest reason why we're here is that this is the 100th day of the most consequential, historic first 100 days in the history of this country. Today, while we're here, the House of Representatives is voting on Congressional Review Act bills, considering the EPA waivers that were given to California's tailpipe emissions, where California set their own standards. But there should be one national standard, and right now, Congress, on the House side, is going to be voting on that today. On a personal note, while this is a bit outside of the EPA jurisdiction, today is my last day serving in the United States Army. And I first signed up towards the end of the 90s. And I've had a chance to see a lot of national security teams over the course of the last 27 years. There has never been a national security team ever assembled that had the backs of our warriors like this national security team right now. And we have never had a president so deeply committed towards ending foreign wars instead of starting new ones. There's a reason, Mr. Vice President, why everyone is racing to join our Department of Defense. We have a Secretary of Defense who, with all due respect to our great president, would probably rather be swimming with Navy SEALs right now, be running somewhere in the Middle East with our service members. And from our Secretary of Defense to our Secretary of State, our Vice President, and more. I just want to say thank you as a veteran of our military for assembling what is the greatest national security team that I have ever seen in my 27 years associated with the United States Army.
Has Pete signed off on this retirement leave? Is that...
Welcome to the end.
Thank you for your service, Lee.
Yeah, thank you. Really, you're doing a fantastic job. I appreciate it very much. So?
Well, Mr. President, I don't think I have ever worked so hard to try to fire myself. We're certainly making great strides in that. We've reduced the folks over at the Department of Education by about 50% now through our RIF program, and so we've closed a lot of the district offices, consolidating, so there are a lot fewer people working a lot more efficiently in the Department of Education. The commissioners of education in every state, and I was at a meeting with them not too long ago for not only our states but our territories. They are thrilled with the opportunity now to be able to have more control over the education in their states, to get rid of a lot of the red tape and regulation that's kept them from doing what they're doing. So we're seeing, I think, great improvements. We'll see test scores, I believe. It'll take a bit for them to be able to go up, but I think now that they're going to have the opportunity to put in their own programs, we'll see that grow. At the same time, we've been focused on higher education for our universities. We've returned proper enforcement of Title IX protections to schools. We have stopped funding to Columbia, for instance, and some other schools for not only Title IX but Title VI infractions. And those are moving along. I think we've brought people to the table. They know that you are serious. You meant what you said. They're going to make changes. They're making their campuses safer again. Anti-Semitism was just out of control in many of our universities. And so some tried to, in fact, Harvard is sued, and they're saying that it's, First Amendment infraction. No, this is civil rights, safety on our campuses for our young students, who are there. And with Pam's help and the task force that we formed with HHS, with GSA, with other agencies, we're going to make sure that our campuses are safe. And so there's a lot of good work going on. I think one of the biggest things, you'll be very happy to hear this, Mr. Vogt, that we are putting back into place collecting on our student loans that have been delinquent since March of 2020. There's been no effort to recollect on those loans. So as of May 5th, a letter goes out that the loan recollection is beginning again. So for those people who have borrowed money and who've not been paying, that's just not to be punitive. There are many ways that they can go online to understand how they can get back into the right payment structure, because when they're in default, they can't buy a house, they can't buy a car because their credit scores are down. So it's helpful to them as well as to get this money back into the country. I mean, with $60 billion of increased student loan debt since 2020. And in total, we've got almost $1.7 trillion in student debt. So we're gonna start getting it back. And Scott and his team have been incredibly helpful. We appreciate that so very, very much. And so a lot's going on at the department. And what I would really like, as I'm firing myself, I'd like for you to be known as the education president, because of the best in practice systems that we want to put in every state to incorporate AI, so that we are training these new entrepreneurs and business leaders in our country. We can't do it with the infrastructure we have in place today, so we have to be working on that at the same time. So we're going to be doing that. So thank you for your charge to elevate education so that we are providing for every student access to excellent education. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Linda. And what's going on with Harvard? And some of these colleges that are taking vast amounts of money, who also have vast amounts. They've got $52 billion and really scamming the public and hiring people like de Blasio and Lori Lightfoot, who are certainly two of the worst mayors in the history of our country, paying them a fortune of salary and having them teach our children how to manage cities and how to manage government. What's the word as of this morning on, let's say, Harvard?
Well, we're negotiating with them. When we went back to them to say we welcome them back to the negotiating table, their response was a lawsuit. So Pam and her team are helping work with that. And I am, enjoying the fact not only am I firing myself, but I'm now being sued fairly regularly by different departments of education. But we're staying tough with them. The other thing that we're looking at also are the 117 violations of these big universities like Harvard and others who are not reporting, as they're required to do by law, foreign money that comes in and how much that is and where it comes from. And so that is
and students.
Yeah, and it's very serious.
Where are these people coming from?
Yeah, exactly. Sir, we pulled back their grants because Harvard isn't responding to us criminal activity by their students. And until they give us that list, they're not getting any more grants from Homeland Security.
Good. I think you should pull it back.
We did.
The students they have, the professors they have, the attitude they have is not American, and I think you should. A grant is a grant. We don't have to give grants.
Exactly right.
So we'll pull back the grant. All right. Very good. Thank you very much, Linda. Bobby?
Mr. President, thank you for your extraordinary leadership. Over the past 100 days, we are already making America again. We announced last week the ban on the 9 petroleum-based synthetic dyes, food dyes. Within 2 years, within 2 months, we're going to ban the worst 2 of them. I am working with Secretary Rollins on dietary guidelines, the dietary guidelines that the President Biden's administration gave us. 453 pages. They're basically unreadable. And they are the product of the same kind of politicized science that drove Fruit Loops to the top of the food pyramid. And we're going to do real science, gold standard science. We're going to develop we have till December to do it, but we are working very, very fast together. We're going to get it done by the end of the summer in time to drive change, major dramatic changes in the school food, school lunch programs over the next school year. I'm working also with Secretary Rollins on the SNAP program and to get sodas and candy off of the food stamp program. 10% of food stamps go to SNAP. And I want to thank you for your courage. You are a business-friendly president, probably the most business-friendly in our history, but you're also willing to stand up to very, very powerful businesses, and you've shown that again and again. Secretary Rollins had the soda industry come and knock on her door very much, very loudly, and they said to her, well, the SNAP program is not supposed to be about nutrition. She pointed out to them that there is no nutrition in a soda. And they said, well, it's not supposed to be about nutrition. And she said to them, the name of the program is supplemental nutrition. It is about nutrition. And we should, we have 38% of our kids are diabetic or pre-diabetic, and we are paying at both ends. We're paying for the food-like substances that make them diabetic, and then we're being bankrupt. We're spending $1 trillion a year on metabolic dysfunction. It's existential and it's not sustainable. We have, I visited Arizona, West Virginia, Utah, and Indiana in the last 2 weeks, who have all applied for SNAP waivers. We're encouraging, thanks to Rick Rollins' leadership, all of the states to apply for those waivers. I also visited Utah, which is the first state to ban supplemental fluoride. Florida yesterday passed a bill to ban supplemental fluoride. I'm confident Governor DeSantis is going to sign that. We are working, Lisa Holt and I are working together to change the federal fluoride regulations, to change the recommendations, and we're looking at the science now. I want to point out that in August, National Toxicity Program, which was an arm of the NIH, did a meta-review of all the science on fluoride and found that there's a direct inverse correlation between fluoride exposure and low IQ in children. So the more you get, the stupider you are. And we need smart kids in this country, and we need healthy kids, and thank you for your leadership. We're going to get there. We're reviewing the GRAS standards now we're revamping them to get 10,000 ingredients that are in our foods. The Europeans only have 400 ingredients. We have 10,000. There are chemicals we know nothing about. And we are going to stop that process, and then we're going to go back and look at these chemicals and make the companies either get rid of them or to label them. We've launched Operation Stork Speed, and we're going full speed ahead to make sure that we have good, high-quality milk for children. We have launched the autism study at your direction. By September, we'll have some of the first answers. Within 6 months of that, we will have definitive answers, not only for autism, but for the etiology of a whole range of autoimmune diseases that have become epidemic in our children. We have ended HHS as the role as the vector, the principal vector in this country for child trafficking. And during the Biden administration, HHS became a collaborator in child trafficking and for sex and for slavery. And we have ended that, and we're very aggressively going out and trying to find these children, the 300,000 children that were lost by the Biden administration. And we have ended funding for gender mutilation surgeries and other kind of gender dysphoria practices, and thanks to Elon, we have saved $67 billion at our agency without compromising any of our critical programs. Mr. President, I want to thank you for your vision, for your leadership, for giving me the 100 busiest days of my life, and most exciting and most rewarding. And there's over the next 100 days, we're going to do much, much more.
That's good. Thank you very much, Barry. Very good. Very important. Thank you. Doug, please.
Well, President Trump, on your first day in office, you wisely declared a national energy emergency. And this was essential because it was the signal that we're going to go 180 degrees from the disastrous and dangerous Biden policies that were based on a climate ideology that was the root cause of the inflation in this country. It was the root cause of wars abroad. It was the root cause of our manufacturing disappearing from our country. We can't have energy security. Without energy security, we can't have national security, and you understood that. But now with everything that's flowed from that, dozens of other EOs that you've done, America is back in the energy business. As Chris said, there's been a signal that's sent around the world. Capital is flowing, coming back in. The smart money is coming to this country. And now you've given us a chance to win the AI arms race against China. We know we're up against a formidable competitor. China opened up 94 gigawatts of coal in the last year. That's more than all of California and all of New York combined in the last year. We've had presidents in the past, the Biden administration, that were running away, again, under this climate ideology. You've embraced baseload power in this country. I'll never forget standing in the East Room with you, surrounded by the coal miners around this country, where you said, hey, big, beautiful coal. As we work to try to identify the balance sheet of America, our earliest estimate is that the coal resources in America, just on public lands, could be worth $8 trillion with a T. That was all going to be taken off our balance sheet if we weren't going to touch it. But now we're back in the business. I was 1,800 feet underground in a coal mine in Alabama a couple weeks ago. They do metallurgical coal. Without metallurgical coal, we can't produce steel. This is a plant. This is a plant that would have been in a mining operation that would have been shut down under the Biden administration. What we're doing here, back in the business, we're doing leasing. We're leasing for oil and gas. We're leasing for timber with Brooke Rollins. We're leasing for grazing. We're leasing for critical minerals, which is key. And when we lease the public lands appropriately and by the law to do that, we're bringing in revenue. We're bringing in jobs. We're helping strengthen America. And so we're treating our natural resources like the American balance sheet they are. And America's resources The 700 million acres of surface that's public, the 700 million of subsurface, the 2.5 billion offshore, all contain what we need to have self-sufficient supply chains. And so in this, we're focused deeply on critical minerals. The Biden administration put us in a real predicament right now. The whole trade team, the whole cabinet, Susie's jumping in, leadership across everybody in the National Energy Dominance Council. But of the top 20 critical and rare earth minerals that we need for defense, that we need for industry, China's controlling 85% of the refining for that. So we are running at warp speed 7 days a week to try to put ourselves back in business in that way. So, and I want to just close out by saying a couple other things. One is the border. Few people realize that 41% of the southern border is in the Department of Interior. And then we've got a few more percent that come with Brook and with the Forest Service. But that's been a risk area. Part of the reason everyone was pouring into our country, Biden wasn't enforcing the border laws. They definitely weren't enforcing it on public lands. And so again, using tying two presidents that had a great propensity for action, Theodore Roosevelt in 1907 created what was called the Roosevelt Reservation, 60-foot strip that go from Texas all the way to the Pacific Ocean, because he was worried in some future state there might be smuggling. I don't think he was anticipating human smuggling and fentanyl trafficking, but that has been largely unused. He gave us the authority to transfer that, and so working with Christie and working with Pete, we've transferred that to the DOD. So transferring land from the other agencies like Interior to the Department of Defense, and as Pete said, they can do the detain and assist with the military. And having been down at the border multiple times in recent week, I can confirm everything Christie said. The enthusiasm, the morale of that group is exactly 100% opposite of when Christie and I were down there as governors. I had Border Patrol people say that they were multi-generational service in that law enforcement that said, my wife and I are telling our children never to go into this thing, to go into Border Patrol. People this time were saying, I got a 17-year-old. As soon as they turn 18-year-old, they're signing up. My wife is thrilled. They're going into law enforcement. They're so proud to be serving with you. Everybody I've met, whether it's in a coal mine or at the border, law enforcement, the one thing they say on those trips is, please thank President Trump from all of us, the change that you're making. And I want to say especially this became very dear when we last week renamed a U.S. Wildlife Refuge in honor of Jocelyn Nungare. Jocelyn Nungare, of course, lost her life tragically to illegal Venezuelan gang members in this country in a horrific way. Her mother, Alexis, was at that ceremony. Her grandmother was there, and Jocelyn's great-grandmother was there. There are 3 other generations of that family were there. They all wanted to pass on their thank you to you too, and we've secured her name forever as a sanctuary, and really is saying that every child, every 12-year-old, every child in America should be safe in their own communities, and you've dedicated a beautiful piece on the coast in honor of her. So, President Trump, in your first term, when I had a chance to work with you as governor, you were courageous. The thing that's empowering this amazing group of people around this table, and you've probably assembled the greatest cabinet ever, is that this time you're not just courageous, you're actually fearless.
Been listening into a cabinet meeting at the White House, President Trump and his secretaries speaking there. We want to go ahead and get you now inside this news conference in Lake County, Fruitland Park Elementary School, where Governor Ron DeSantis is getting ready to speak. Beginning to speak, you see the placard of Hope Florida. He's been going on a public relations tour, in effect, for Hope Florida as questions swirl it, including part of a probe from lawmakers looking into a $10 million donation. Let's go ahead and listen in to the governor live in Lake County.
Did I say it right? Almost. Executive Director of Kids Are First and a Hope Florida Fund, Foundation Fund recipient. So when it comes to education, we are working hard to set the standard. We have done it. We don't rest. We're ranked #1 in education by U.S. News and World Report the last 2 years, #1 in higher education the last 8 years, #1 in education freedom, #1 in parent empowerment and parental involvement in education. And if you look at where we are with education choice, for example, you know, we have 500,000 students now that are on scholarships to go to the school of their choice. We have over 400,000 that are in charter schools, you know, public schools, but they're not necessarily controlled by the school districts. And then we've had record choice programs emerge in our school districts throughout the state of Florida. And so students likely have options within their school district, they likely have options for charter, and they likely have options for scholarship for private. And we also have a very strong homeschooling community in Florida. And so that is really giving families, regardless of income, an opportunity to get a good education for their kids. And of our private scholarships, we do have scholarships that go to students with unique abilities. And there are schools in Florida now that really exclusively focus on children with unique abilities. And that's been a huge game changer for so many families throughout the state of Florida. We also are proud of higher education, no tuition increases for in-state tuition since I've been governor. So the average in-state tuition is about $6,300 for Florida's public universities. And we have 4 universities in the top 50 public. University of Florida has been ranked in top 5, Florida State. We also have, of course, University of South Florida, and then Florida International University. And we have others that are doing well too. But you can go to a university as a Florida resident and not have to go into debt at all. And that's a huge, huge thing for young people. And then we have Bright Futures programs. So if you score high enough, you get no tuition costs. And then if you're rung below that, you get 75% off the tuition. So that is a huge deal. So we're graduating a lot of students with no or minimal debt, which, I don't care, what they're doing in some of these schools, but when they are charging, some of this stuff all in, room and board, is $80,000 to $100,000 a year. And I'm just thinking to myself, man, that is just not going to work. So we're really proud of what we've been able to do with that. We've led the nation in supporting the rights of parents to make sure that they know what's going on in the schools. We've made sure our universities are focused on education and not political indoctrination, and that's an ongoing issue that we continue to do. But I think you've seen Florida really lead the way in many, many good ways. And then even in K-12 funding, the current year's budget, we have the record per pupil spending, almost $9,000 per pupil. That's $240 more per pupil over the previous year. Last school year, our graduation rate rose to 89.7%. That's an increase of almost 2% over the previous year, and that was the highest that we had ever recorded in Florida history. When I became governor, Florida had been doing a lot of the testing, end-of-year testing, the FCAT, and the other iterations of that program. And while you have to evaluate, you can't just say, you go. You do need to evaluate. You need to know how students are doing. It was almost like you'd prepare for this test at the end of the year, and then if you didn't do well, you're at summer vacation. And so there was no time for remediation. So we replaced that high stakes test, end of year testing model with progress monitoring. So you have progress that's monitored throughout the school year. So you may do a test, see some deficiencies, but then you have time to work with the parents and rectify that. And so that's been very positively received. The results have been good, and this has been going on now for really just a couple of years, but that was a very positive change. And then last year we had the last full school year 2024, 1,300 schools earned an A grade, and that's a 6-point increase over 2023. And I know we've got a lot of A schools here in Lake County, so we really appreciate what you're able to do with that. We've also done a lot on school safety and mental health. I put in the budget $570 million for 24-25 fiscal year. I don't know if any people are following the machinations in Tallahassee. They do not have a budget agreed upon in the legislature yet, and we have Friday is the end of the legislative session. So I don't know where that's going to land or where that's going to stand, but I do think that what we've done on school safety, mental health has been very positive over the years in the state of Florida. Some of that grew out of the Parkland and the recommendations that were implemented. And I think it's made a really, really big difference. Another thing that we've done that's been really positive is focus on workforce education. Yes, going and preparing people to be college ready is good. That's a good path for a lot of students, but it's not the only path to go to a 4-year brick and ivy university. And if you look at the economy, particularly over the last 4 or 5 years, there's been demand for skilled trades and being able to do. And we have a lot of industries that have grown. We've added 100,000 manufacturing jobs in Florida since I've been governor. Our manufacturing businesses are up 30%. You have opportunities certainly in Central Florida. You go over to the Space Coast, you have a lot of people that are involved in aviation, aerospace, and can make a really, really good living having these needed skills. So we've worked really hard to do that. We had over 800,000 CTE students and 480,000 post-secondary CTE students in the most recent academic year. We've also pioneered the idea of rapid credentialing, and we got almost 80,000 rapid credentials in 2024. Those are disproportionately, if not exclusively, skills-based credentials. And we've invested over $10 billion in workforce education programs since I've become governor. Teacher pay. We approved a $200 million increase for teacher salaries in the most recent budget. Total amount for exclusively teacher pay was $1.25 billion. When I became governor, people would talk about teacher pay, and you can increase education funding. Florida sends a lot of money to the school districts, but then it's determined on the district how to do it. So you can say, hey, the teachers need more money, let's increase spending. And then it goes down. They don't have to spend it on teacher salaries, right? I mean, that's a determination of the school board, working with the school district. You have the interest groups that get involved. And so we said, if you want to do teacher pay, then you have to say, here's money, and it can only be used for teacher pay. So we created a categorical in the budget that could only be used for teacher salaries. I think it started at $500 million the first time. It got up to $1.25 billion this most recent year. In my budget, and I think in the Florida Senate's budget, we have $1.5 billion in for this upcoming fiscal year, and I think that'll be very good. So the districts can kind of determine how they want to do it. Initially we needed to get that average minimum salary up, but I think everyone's met that threshold. So they can apportion that in different ways, but they got to give it to the teachers, and that's allowed us to increase the average minimum salary. I think it was like $39,000. 4 or 5 years ago, and now that's up closer to $50,000, which is helpful. I mean, it's not nearly enough, obviously, for how much costs have gone up for people in a high inflation economy, and hopefully we'll see that ebb as the months go on. But that's been a real big issue over the last 3 or 4 years for a lot of people. But we've put record amounts of money. We've never done this much resources for teacher pay in the entire history of Florida than we have in these most recent years. And I know we've had a lot of great support from people in the legislature to be able to do that. One of the things that we stressed was civics education. I think people realize, there has not been a good job in the recent generation in teaching young people about what it means to be an American, about our Declaration of Independence, our Constitution. We have our 250th anniversary coming up next year, next July 4th, 2026. And so, but this is really important because you're graduating folks from high school, let's say. They're going to go in a whole different directions for different things that they'll pursue, but they're all going to be called upon to exercise the duty of being an American citizen. And you should have a foundation about what that means. So we really put an emphasis on civics education. And it's one thing to say, you must learn this, you must learn that. But you also have to have teachers that are well-versed in this and that are passionate about it. And it just occurred to me, having looked at higher ed reform, you go to a lot of these universities, some of them don't offer really anything that's straightforward about the founding of America. And that's one of the most critical periods to study in all of human history. And so you could be somebody that's gung-ho about civics, and you just may never been exposed to a lot of the foundational elements that ended up leading to the creation of America and have been reflected in our founding documents. So we created a program called the Civic Seal of Excellence, which and you get a bonus for going through. You go through this course, I think it's 50 hours, you can do it online, and you get a $3,000 bonus if you go through. And you don't even have to just be a civics teacher, an English teacher, because really this undergirds everything. And so we've been able to award more than $50 million in bonuses to teachers that have gone through this Civic Seal of Excellence program. And we were getting people from professors from Hillsdale College, Heritage Fund, people that really revere the foundations of America and really have learned about it. And the response has been, I think it's like a 90-some% approval for having gone through the course. They think it's very, very valuable. And so I think that's very telling that it's been that. So we're proud of doing that, and we're going to continue to do that. Now, we're always looking for ways to increase the experience in our schools and make sure that students have what they need to be successful. So one of the things that we've done is utilize Hope Florida, because it initially started with Child Welfare Department of Children and Families, but obviously there's a very strong nexus with education. And so using Hope Florida as a way to be able to connect students and families with additional resources depending on their needs that are exterior to government. And that's the whole thing with Hope Florida. I say it's like one of the policies of our administration. Some have said it's a program. It's not really a program as much as it's a philosophy about how do you use existing resources in state government to lift people up and put people in touch with resources that can lead them to a path to self-sufficiency. So the standard model, if you're in a government agency, if someone in need comes in and you look to see, okay, what programs or checks can I get to them that the government is doing, and that's kind of your silo, and that's what you really focus on. And that's hasn't really been proven to be very successful over many, many decades of doing that model, but it is what it is. But we also recognize in Florida, we have a wealth of resources in our communities that are exterior to government, particularly with the faith-based community. And so when the First Lady conceived of Hope Florida years ago, the insight was, there's a lot of people in need. There's a lot of people that want to help people in need, but connecting the two is not always easy. And the people in need tend to not know where all the resources are outside of maybe going to try to see if there are government programs they can get on. And so Hope Florida has enlisted thousands and thousands of churches, businesses, charities, even individual volunteers to be a part of the program. These folks that are working for state government have been basically repurposed to be what we call Hope Navigators. And so rather than just focusing on getting people on as many government programs as possible, they come in. We now have this care portal. The needs can go in. It goes out to all the Hope Florida stakeholders, and boom, you can have folks come and help that have nothing to do with government and are no cost to the taxpayer. And so that model is much different, but it's a model that is more successful. So since Hope Florida has been instituted, there have been 30,000 people that have gotten off public assistance, and it's saved Florida taxpayers over $100 million. Now, that's good in terms of the taxpayer savings, and we're proud of what we've been able to do to run a good fiscal ship. I mean, for example, I put out some good graphs. We've been on this mission to retire as much of Florida's debt. So, over a 180-year period, states can rack up debt. And so Florida had X amount of debt, and not like it was terribly high, but we wanted to do. So we've retired 41% of our state's historical debt just since I became governor in 2019. And what we've done is we've created a program to do it more aggressively, so we're retiring it early. That then saves us, we've saved over $1 billion in interest costs by retiring the debt early. So not only are you retiring the debt, you lower the total debt burden, but you're saving, each tranche we do is usually saving $100 to $300 million in accumulated interest costs. We also have a very uncertain bond market. There's a lot of issues out there in the economy, and so this has been really, really successful. So we now in Florida have the lowest per capita debt of any state that has state debt in the entire country. If you look at the percentage, the amount, so like debt per capita, how much if you just divvied up Florida's debt and we just wanted to retire it in one fell swoop, what would each Florida resident have to pay for that? Your share is less than $500 per citizen. Now, is that good? Is that not? Well, the federal national debt, if we did that per U.S. citizen, you would owe over $105,000 per U.S. citizen to be able to retire our federal debt. And then the amount that is owed per person in Florida has been declining significantly. Obviously, it's been rising. in the United States. Our total number of state employees per capita is the lowest of anywhere in the United States. We've also cut taxes. We've done all that. So I'm very much about the fiscal. And this is a program or a philosophy that has helped save taxpayers a lot of money. But that, to me, is secondary to actually lifting people up and actually giving them hope, getting them connected with people who really care about them, take an interest in them, and want to see them succeed in different avenues of life. And that has been the way to do it, and that's really what's been inspiring about the program. And so I'm proud of the cost savings. I'm proud of that. But the individual stories, when you hear people that have benefited from the program, when you listen to our navigators who can talk about what they've been able to do to get people on a better path by leveraging these resources that are exterior to government, that is worth its weight in gold. That is really what this is all about. So we have done higher education, Hope Florida expansion, where you have Hope Florida liaisons at our state colleges. Because if you think about it, you may have a single mom struggling to put food on the table, but also going to state college to try to get some more skills so that she could do a better job supporting her kids. And it's not easy, and you can fall on tough times. Well, you will have somebody right there at the state college who will be able to link with Hope and the resources that are available and potentially make a very meaningful difference in the lives of students like that. We've also done the Hope Florida with employers and Career Source. Sometimes people need some guidance on where to go. And look, Hope Florida, it can't guarantee you're going to get a job and all that. I mean, we have a private sector in that. But linking people with the resources that can get them in a position to be able to succeed is something that's really, really important. So since June 23, more than 1,700 individuals that were referred to Career Source through Hope Florida obtained a job or received help that allowed them to increase their earnings. And so that's something that, if not for these connections, a lot of that may not have ever happened. So we've been able to highlight the success of individuals who have been able to advance themselves, and we're really, really happy to see that people have succeeded. Now, with the Department of Education, Commissioner Diaz has really led the effort to be able to utilize the Hope model within our education department. And so since October of last year, the Florida Department of Education has been working to help families, particularly very young children aged 3 to 5, who think that their child may have a learning disability. Early interventions can make a really, really big difference. And so since October, the Hope Navigators at the Florida Department of Education have worked with more than 450 families across 46 different counties. And what they've done is they've connected those families with different resources. So 230 families were connected with student screenings and evaluation so that they could determine eligibility for community-based services available through partners like Center for Autism and Related Disabilities. 120 families were helped with their school district administrators to improve student achievement. 70 families helped with navigating school choice programs. 50 families helped with continuing education and employment assistance. And 50 families with child care and early learning resources. We're going to be doing more with Hope Florida in the child care space in the coming days and weeks. And of course, FDOE here in Florida, they're really involved with the state colleges, having the liaisons there. They oversee our state colleges. So that brings us to today's announcement. So there's been a lot that's been done, a lot of positive momentum, but we want to keep it going. So we're happy to announce today that the Florida Department of Education is now working a pilot program that identifies and trains a Hope Florida liaison at each school in select school districts. So these liaisons will serve as a dedicated person on staff who can act as a point of contact for Hope Florida resources for students, parents, and staff, serves as a trained expert in the Hope Florida navigation, receives Hope Florida materials to distribute in the office, to help students or families get connected with Hope Navigator when needed, and to train others on both the philosophy and functions of Hope Florida. Additionally, the liaison will be able to connect local community providers, charities, and faith-based organizations that are active within their school community with the Hope line if they can help support those who reach out to Hope Florida. Now, Orange County was the first school district to identify and train a liaison, and Lake County, which is why we're here today, is now the 2nd district that is going to identify and train a liaison in every school. So thank you, Lake County, for stepping up and helping to spearhead this great expansion. So what will the pilot program do? Well, the navigators who are trained will be able to help parents and kids who have developmental disabilities find the support they need to ensure they have access to special education services. Navigators will also help with early intervention for children who have special needs, or even help families who may be having difficulties at home. And then the navigators can also help both students and parents by connecting them with resources for things like employment assistance for the parents or educational resources for the children. So how has this worked? Well, in one instance, a mother from Osceola County contacted Hope, Florida, seeking educational resources for her 5-year-old son with autism spectrum disorder. Her Hope Navigator identified the need for autism support services during their initial assessment and referred her to the Florida Diagnostic and Learning Resource System's Child Find Specialists to begin the evaluation process. The Mother's Hope Navigator also facilitated a handoff to the Centers for Autism and Related Disabilities. And then continuing with that, the Navigator followed up to learn that the son was enrolled in a local school and receiving autism services, and she is pleased with the Hope Florida Navigator's help. So greater self-sufficiency for families is not only good in of itself, it will also improve education for the children. So I want to thank Diane from here in Lake County for supporting this important mission. I know Lake County will continue to do a great job as they have for many, many years. And so this is an exciting announcement. We're going to hear from some more folks. So we'll begin with Florida's First Lady, and then we'll hear from our Commissioner of Education.
Well, thank you, Governor. I appreciate it. You know, the last time I had a privilege to talk about Hope, Florida, I ended up going like 15 minutes, so I'm not going to do that to you guys, but I'm very passionate about it, and I'm just so appreciative of having the opportunity to be here and obviously to continue all of the good work that we're doing with Hope, Florida. The Governor laid it out so well, but in its simplest of terms, Hope, Florida is just for somebody who is seeking help finding help. You can have the best resources, you can have the best programs, but if you don't know that they're there, then what good are they? As the Governor mentioned a second ago, and why this partnership with the Department of Education is so important, you know, I've talked to a lot of moms of children who have unique abilities. And when they find out that their child has a unique ability, they don't know where to turn. They don't know what to do. They don't know who to call. And so what we're trying to do is simplify the process. It's one number, and you can talk to a human. And that human can help you with subject matter expertise, be able to find the resources, and not only that, fellowship, right? Be able to find other people who have experienced certain things in their lives, and you have relatability, and you're able to make connections, and your children, they're able to prosper because you're bringing the connection together. The Hope Florida model, and that's really what it is. The Governor mentioned it. It's not a program. It's a philosophy. It's an idea about how can we truly help people in need in society, whether it's our veterans, whether it's children, whether it's a single mom. How can we do that and look outside of government? How can we utilize the nonprofits, meet immediate needs? How can we see what's there on the ground already? And how can we embrace the faith-based community? Because we're the first state in the nation to do that. We have 16.5 million people of faith across the state of Florida. They're there. They're willing and able to help. They just need to know where to look. And some of these people who are in need of help, they need to know that there are other people they're willing to help. And so when you make that connection, it's a beautiful thing. And we're able to get away from government and see all of the resources and love and hope that's there in the communities. It's always been there. I mean, you're really able to unlock some pretty neat potential, and it's really special having the opportunity to see it up first. So I would just say with this, for anybody who needs help, calling that number, going to hopeflorida.com to be able to talk to somebody, I think that is your first big step. But then I would also say anybody who wants to be a part of the solution. This is something else that's important. You know, the Governor was talking about the care portal technology and embracing the faith-based communities. Did you know if you go to Hope Florida right now and you log down, I want to help, and you go down and you look at the various things that are on the website, you can see how I can get involved and meet immediate needs in my community. So I was looking at this yesterday. There are needs right now in Orlando for a mom who needs cleaning supplies. Don't tell me for a second the people in this room wouldn't do that, or the faith-based communities or the private. They would. So being able to see that firsthand and meet those needs is a really powerful thing. So it's nothing more than embracing what's always been there. It's the connective tissue that we're doing behind the scenes to facilitate those opportunities. And so it's really been a privilege and an honor to spearhead this, and we're going to continue to do it and continue to grow, because this is a model yet again for the nation. So thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Governor and First Lady, for having me here, and thank you for your leadership on Hope Florida. As you heard the Governor say, not only has Hope Florida been able to help thousands across the state long-term and finding self-sufficiency, but when we've added these navigators here at the Department of Education, and you'll hear from some of our great navigators today on some of these services, they're fully equipped to be able to connect. When you think about you have a family where you have a desperation of having a child that's in need of special services with unique abilities or anything else, and being able to call the department and have our navigators connect them with those direct services. And that can include anything from an evaluation to having them be educated on the scholarship opportunities or the charter schools or district programs that are available in your area. A lot of folks don't have the time to be really cognizant of what these things are, and having that navigator there walking them through ends up in a good outcome. But on top of that, once we have that connection through the navigators at the department, we can talk to the adults, we can talk to the parents about, have you thought about going back to a state college and getting a credential or getting a degree? What is the situation we can help you with? And I am ecstatic to have our 28 state colleges involved now. Thanks to the leadership of the First Lady, we had a meeting. All of our presidents jumped on board. And it's not only being able to connect now these parents that come in through the department to that possibility, but think of all the students we have across our state that are going through a state college and maybe facing a situation in their life as they're trying to get this credential or degree. Now we can connect through our navigators, through that liaison at that state college, to Hope Florida, and help them find solutions and help provide those resources for our college presidents, for the staff who are trying to help their students, whether they be adults that are career changers coming back to school, or just students that are trying to get ahead in life and have come through there. So it's really incredible making all of these connections and being able to connect it to anywhere from 3 to 5 all the way to people who are going through college. I'm very excited. And thank you, Superintendent, for Lake County joining us in this venture, in this pilot program. I'm thankful to Orange County as well. This is going to be great. Everybody knows that our schools are the centers of our community. And oftentimes it is our principals, it is our teachers, it is our guidance counselors that find out about an issue that a family is having through the student and through the parent. What better way to get them help than to immediately connect them to this network? I look forward to this growing across all 67 districts, through this pilot, and I look forward to being able, through Hope Florida, changing the lives of not only the children but the families. And again, Governor, I want to thank you for your leadership on this. First Lady, incredible leadership. Thank you for doing this, and we will continue to go forward and make sure that we can change the lives of Floridians going forward. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon. I am Diane Cornegie, and I am the very proud superintendent of Lake County Schools. And on behalf of Lake County, we are honored to welcome these state leaders here today, who, like all of us here in Lake County, are committed to Florida's families, our students, and dedicated to making a positive impact in our communities. Today, we recognize your leadership. And through this initiative, we know that it holds great promise for the children and the families of Lake County and all across the state. Hope Florida, as you've heard, is designed to provide essential support, resources, and opportunities for the young people facing challenges in their personal lives. Developed and led by you, First Lady, thank you. Hope Florida seeks to empower children by helping them access vital educational resources, mentorship opportunities, and mental health services, recognizing that every child in Florida deserves a chance to thrive. Along with our state leaders, Lake County is committed to ensuring that our children receive the support they need to overcome obstacles and realize their full potential. Student success isn't only driven by the classroom, but also by ensuring that students have the resources they need at home. And for this reason, Lake is so honored and happy to have a Hope Florida liaison in every school, a person equipped with the resources they need to ensure that every family, every child has a path to success. Thank you, Governor DeSantis. Thank you, First Lady. And thank you, Commissioner Diaz, as we continue to work together to foster hope and opportunity for the future generations of Lake County. Thank you.
First off, thank you to the Governor and especially to the First Lady for allowing me to represent Hope Florida's Department of Education navigators today. My name is Mary Magner, and I am here not just as a representative, but as someone who walks in the same shoes as many of the families that we help. I'm a single mom raising a 3-year-old, juggling the same daily challenges that so many Floridians face. Every day at Hope Florida, we're building bridges and connecting families with the private sector, the public agencies, nonprofits, and our faith-based communities. But behind all of the technical stuff, there is something much more personal happening. Before joining Hope Florida, I spent several years working with the Department of Juvenile Justice, where I saw firsthand how early intervention and proper supports can change the trajectory of a young person's life. That experience showed me that connecting families with resources before the crisis points are essential, and it's what drives my passion for the preventative work that I do now. Our team in the Department of Education actually works within the Bureau of Exceptional Education and Student Services, which means we have a special focus on supporting families who have children with disabilities. The system of support available to these families is incredible, but it is also overwhelming. Most folks simply don't know where to start, and that's where we come in. As navigators, we get to effectively deliver that person-centered support by prioritizing individualized goals and creating meaningful and lasting connections and support systems. I remember helping a single dad whose 3-year-old had just been diagnosed with autism, and I saw a lot of myself in him. We got him in touch with CARD, the Center for Autism and Related Disabilities, along with our Florida Diagnostic and Learning Resources Systems to start setting up those needed educational supports. And it's those kind of connections that most people simply do not know are out there that Hope Florida helps build the bridges with. Ultimately, these aren't just cases, they're neighbors, friends, and sometimes they're even us, because at some point we all need help. And that's exactly why Hope Florida exists, is to be there when that moment comes, to offer the assistance and genuine hope. So thank you.
Good job.
Hello, everybody. I am excited to be here. My name is Lakeisha Williamson. Thank you so much, Governor and First Lady, for inviting me out to speak. I am a Hope Navigator with the Florida Department of Education. I've worked with children and families. I started out there going just to be an admin or to be an assistant. I ended up being an assistant to Miss Murray, who was the director over with Hope Florida. I had never heard of Hope Florida. So having the opportunity to kind of follow her around and go to the meetings she was going to, she was speaking and the staff was speaking from the heart. We would hear testimonies and I was like, I want to be a part of this venture. It was beautiful to actually have an opportunity to see the families who were actually in need, and a Hope Navigator went to their rescue. They was linking up with a lot of people in the community, which I didn't know were out there that could actually assist. So when the opportunity came over at the Department of Education to be a Hope Navigator, of course I jumped in. I applied for the position, I got it. I was super excited. One of the things that I really learned is that it is so many of us, and I say us because I'm included in that number, who don't know where to go, who don't know where to start, Where do you start looking when your child has issues? I had a parent to come to me. She called in on the Hope line. She came in and she was like, I'm working part-time. They want to give me a full-time position. I have 2 little ones. They're in daycare, but they're in daycare only part-time. I need full-time care. I don't know what to do. I don't know who I need to speak with. I told her, I got you. No problem. We got this. So I linked her up with one of our at ELC, which is the Education for Coalition. So it's for the younger kids. So we were able to get her in and get her with her. They talked to a couple of daycares. She picked off of a list. Now, she didn't have transportation. So that's another problem. And it was fine. They were able to work together. They found a daycare that actually was able to pick the kids up. This daycare came out to her house and gave her the application. She filled out the application right there. They got the kids into school. I called her actually this week to make sure that everything was going smoothly. When I called her, I couldn't even get out my name. She knew who I was immediately. So she was like, oh my God, the kids are in school. They're loving it. The bus is coming to pick them up. They're so excited to go. And I said, okay, that's great. What about you? Did you end up doing anything different? She was able to get a full-time position where she was working at. They gave it to her because they wanted to give it to her, but she didn't have the child care. So once she was able to get all of those pieces lined up, she was able to get a full-time position. The kids are in school full-time at a daycare. It was amazing to see it unfold. We don't stop there. So we continue to reach out to those parents to make sure that it's going to continue. Make sure that if there's anything that pops up, you have my direct line number. Call me. You have my email. Give me a call. We're going to walk you through this process because it's a journey and we all need help. And that's what we're here for as Hope Navigators. Thank you.
Good job.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rachel Arazashvili. I think you did very well, Governor. I had to learn how to say it myself. It is an honor to be here today in Fruitland Park. I have to say it's the first time I've ever heard of it and the first time I'm ever here, but a wonderful memory to last a lifetime. Before I begin, I do want to extend a heartfelt gratitude to First Lady and Governor for not only allowing me to share my story, but also for the steadfast leadership that you bring to Florida and how we are prospering and your willingness to do so. Again, my name is Rachel Arazashvili. I am I'm a proud wife, a mother of 2 sons, one who served the military and served our country proudly, and one that's here with me today. I am the executive director of Kids Are First, the founder of KR Fashions. We are a nonprofit organization that have served as the nonprofit for the Guardian Ad Litem program in the 7th Circuit Court in Volusia County, Putnam, St. John's, Flagler, for over 23 years. We are a nonprofit 100% voluntary. So all of our members, all of our individuals that participate is on a voluntary basis, so nobody gets paid. What we do is we provide basic essentials for the children in foster care systems: clothing, shoes, school supplies, birthday gifts, Christmas presents, graduation cap and gown, prom dresses. Whatever your child has and needs, you name it, is what we provided. And the reason why this nonprofit came into fruition is because there wasn't enough funding in the system to provide. And so our community came together to provide it. Our connection with Florida, Hope Florida, began a few years ago when we received an award of funding that supported what we did. And it came at such a crucial moment for our nonprofit And it was truly a blessing that allowed us to continue to serve the needs of our community and also solidify our service to the community. It was a surprise that we got because they gave us a call and said, First Lady would like to meet you and award you, and we went anticipating nothing but just the honor of meeting you. And then we got an award, money. We love that. And so as of today, we are partners of Hope Florida, and we continue to receive the calls and the needs in our community. And our community is willing to help. And so when we get the phone calls, if it's something that we do not have, we put the word out and we provide it. It could be a stroller, a bed, a high chair for a child that just came into the system and a grandmother taking in the child. And so it is a blessing to be able to have that. But my story doesn't just end there. Not just a leader, but it's a deeply personal one. Because I'm a mother of a brilliant 16-year-old son living with autism. And he's here with me today. He's a gifted pianist, mathematician, a servant in our community and our church, and he continues to thrive in ways that I could have never imagined. Still, the early years were incredibly hard because I didn't have anywhere to go. I was a working leader in my community and in my church. When I got the news that he was diagnosed over 13 years ago, I didn't have any direction on who to call. I didn't have anybody standing next to me, guiding me and showing me where to go. And so this is the reason why today's announcement is so important. Because the process of finding the right services or advocating for his needs while I'm working and being a parent and serving the needs of the children in the community and the foster care system was overwhelming, and most of the time felt lonely. Had I been connected with Hope Navigator back then, having someone like these two ladies to guide me and support me, talk me through it, give me hope, connect me with others, or just give me that call the next day to say, how did that go? Follow you through it, would have made a difference in the stress, the anxiety, the sleepless nights, my time that could have been directed in other areas. And so I thank you, ladies, navigators, that do what you do with your passion and your commitment, because you are changing lives that are immeasurable. I also want to mention that embedding Hope Navigators within the school system will ensure that these families, like mine, won't have to face these early uncertain years. And it means that someone will be there for them. And so that in itself is a blessing. And thank you, First Lady Cassidy DeSantis. Did I say that right? Cassidy, Casey? Casey. My Latin actually goes backwards, so I apologize. But thank you, First Lady, for heading up this initiative, because I believe it's going to be a blessing to so many. And thank you for having me.
We appreciate everyone that's involved. You know, when you're dealing with different issues, if someone needs, you know, like we had the Hurricane Ian, and it knocked out, you know, a couple of the causeway and one of the bridges. Like, you know, not that that's easy, but like you either rebuild the bridge or you don't, right? I mean, it's pretty much, you know, when we did the one in 3 days, we did the other one very quickly, and people were happy with that. But you know what you got to do, you do it, right? When you're talking about someone in need, it's not like you can just write a check and be guaranteed that those folks are going to end up broadening their horizons. There's a lot of different things that go into it. And I just don't think that ultimately you can have a sustainable model if you're not enlisting all these great partners in the community, whether it's our charities, our faith-based groups, whether it's private businesses who want to help. I mean, how many businesses want to help veterans who are in need? individuals who want to volunteer their time. So it's much more difficult. The problems are much more difficult. They're not as susceptible to easy solutions. And so that's where you have to start thinking bigger than just the silo of one or more government bureaucracies. And that's exactly what Hope Florida's done. And the people that have been a part of it have made a real difference. And the best is yet to come, guys. So thank you all. Appreciate it. All right, I'll take any questions if we got any back there. Yes, ma'am? Of course it was. It was all political. Of course it was. When people smear what they fear. And if Hope Florida represents a threat to their worldview, they're going to go at it. If the First Lady represents a threat, potentially, to what they're doing. So it was all manufactured in terms of the political. But the reality is when you're doing this stuff, why are you doing it? Are you doing it because you have some type of personal or political agenda? Are you doing it because you actually want to see people succeed? You actually want to lift people up. And I can tell you this is a program designed to lift people up, a philosophy designed to do that, and the results have been very, very positive. I don't think there's anybody out there that thinks it's a bad thing to get 30,000 people off welfare programs and save taxpayers $108 million. I mean, there's no one out there that's going to say that's a bad thing, especially when you see partners who have made such a big difference, and they're in all corners of the state. I mean, you know, you can be in Northwest Florida, you can be in Central Florida. We've got churches, we've got charities, we've got people that really, really care. And, you know, you heard from some of our navigators. I mean, it's inspiring to be able to make a difference in people's lives in a more profound way. So, yes, it was political. Obviously, we're now in a different posture in terms of this legislative session, but the mission continues, and we're not going to let, you know, any of these guys get in our way. Yes.
Volunteer positions, paid positions, if so who's
what
funding
it is,
them?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question.
And also, like, are these people
from
inside the district already, or people from outside? Some of those details, please.
Right. Well, so just generally speaking, writ large, Hope navigators are almost all people that are already working for the state. And then they are trained and repurposed to be able to serve as navigators. And so it's really an expansion of their responsibilities and their duties, but at no cost, additional cost to the taxpayer. I would imagine that's what the school districts will do as well. Take folks who are already here, train them to be navigators, and then they will serve that function, would be my guess. The program or the philosophy of what we've done with Hope hasn't sought to get a lot of money or any money to do. It has been repurposing.
Welcome into Florida Live. If you're just now joining us on Fox Local Tampa, we appreciate it. We are listening in to Governor Ron DeSantis speaking at Fruitland Park Elementary School in Lake County. He is talking about an expansion of the Hope Florida program, where a pilot program that is identifying and training liaisons for Hope Florida in all schools in select school districts, the first being Orange County, the second being Lake County. He's answering questions right now. Just a minute ago, called the probe into Hope Florida manufactured and political. We've been listening into this for a while. We are also monitoring, you see in the corner there, Pinellas County Sheriff Bob Gualtieri getting ready to talk about Operation Snowstorm. So let's go ahead and take this live as he gets ready to talk about this large operation in Pinellas County.
Investigation was conducted with support from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement's SAFE grant funding program, and here with me today is FDLE Commissioner Mark Glass. This Pinellas County-based drug trafficking organization operated here for the last couple of years. The organization has acquired and distributed in Pinellas County and throughout the Tampa Bay area multiple kilograms of cocaine, fentanyl, methamphetamine, and tens of thousands of fake oxycodone pills containing fentanyl and fake Adderall pills containing methamphetamine. The investigation involved the use of court-authorized wiretaps and other forms of electronic surveillance, and I want to recognize the Pinellas Pasco State Attorney's Office under the leadership of State Attorney Bruce Bartlett, as they have been an integral partner with us throughout this entire investigation. We identified about 25 people, mainly in the Clearwater area of Pinellas County and some in Pasco County, who are part of this drug conspiracy that put large amounts of drugs on our streets over the last several years. On Monday and Tuesday of this week, we arrested 19 people. We served search warrants at 6 locations around Clearwater that resulted in the seizure of over 2 kilograms or 4.4 pounds of cocaine, 6 ounces of fentanyl, 24 ounces or about 1.5 pounds of methamphetamine, and numerous fake oxycodone pills that contain fentanyl and fake Adderall pills that contain methamphetamine. We also seized a pill press, an AK-47, another rifle, 7 handguns, one of which was stolen, over 1,000 rounds of ammunition, and $41,000 in cash. Our investigation began in August of 2024 when we learned that Sofia Cubero, C-U-B-E-R-O, who lived in Clearwater, was selling cocaine along with her boyfriend at the time, Alejandro De Leon. An undercover Pinellas County Sheriff's Office detective made an initial purchase of what's called an 8-ball or 3.5 grams, a very small amount of cocaine, from Cubero and De Leon. Now, based on their conversations, that was kind of an introductory type buy. Based on their conversations, it was evident that Cubero was capable of supplying larger cocaine quantities and that she could also supply the undercover detective with large quantities of methamphetamine. Cubero told the detective that she would sell him ounces of cocaine for about $1,100 and ounces of methamphetamine for about $250. So between August of 2024 and February of 2025, detectives made numerous undercover purchases of cocaine and methamphetamine from Cubero and De Leon. Now, during the course of the investigation and during that period of time, detectives also identified Ali Atia as one of Cubero's sources of supply for the cocaine. And as you can see, these people are up here on the charts, and I'll talk a little bit more about it here in a second. The Atia family is all up at the top, and Sofia Cubero is the first one in the second row there on the chart. During the investigation, we also learned that Ali Atia was involved with his brother Haydar Atia and Molar Gorgi in making fake oxycodone pills using fentanyl and Adderall. And what they were doing with this was people can get oxycodone, you can get Adderall. Pharmaceutical, it's got its pharmaceutical components to it. But the fake Adderall is used making methamphetamine, and the fake oxy is made using fentanyl. So that they were using a pill press and commercially available pill binder to press the pills, again, to look like these blue oxycodone M30 or 30 milligram pills that are pharmaceutical in nature. And again, the orange pills, which are the Adderall, were made using the methamphetamine. So during this period, undercover detectives continued to buy cocaine from Cubero and De Leon that was being sourced to them by Ali Atia. And the price decreased from the $1,100 an ounce down to $750 an ounce, again, because of the quantities that were being purchased. Cubero was also obtaining cocaine to sell to the undercover detectives from another local drug dealer who's up here on the charts, and that is Kevin Muth. Now, it's common for people, especially mid-level drug traffickers, to get their drugs from multiple sources of supply. So that's what was happening here is that she was getting cocaine from the Atias, she was getting cocaine from Muth, and from other people, and she was selling it to a variety of people. That's how the drug trade works. Ali Atia, who was also involved with his brother Ahmed Atia in the drug transactions, and Ahmed delivered cocaine to Cubero to sell to the undercover detectives. So what was becoming evident is that Ali Atia and Ahmed Atia were part of this Atia family drug distribution organization. The base of operations and the pill making involved fentanyl and methamphetamines was at the family residence at 15 North Fernwood Avenue in Clearwater, apartment number 13. So it's right off of Drew Street, right by St. Pete College, up off Drew Street in Clearwater. So beginning in about December of 2024, undercover detectives began purchasing fake oxycodone pills from Cubero, which again, she was getting from Ali Atia. Cubero initially sold the pills for about $20 each, and the quantities of the pills increased, the price decreased. The price eventually decreased down to about $9 a pill that detectives were paying for the fake oxys and Adderall. During the same time, Quebrero was also selling ounces of straight methamphetamine to the undercover detectives. So what became obvious by early 2024 is that this entire Atiyah family, the people here at the top, which included the mother, Alam Rahim, the father, and I'm going to spell his first name, Tawfiq, and the last name is Almalkli, and the brothers, Ali Atiyah, Ahmed Atiyah, Haydar Atiyah, and Saif Atiyah, were operating this large-scale drug trafficking organization from this home on Fernwood Avenue in Clearwater. And again, they were selling kilograms of cocaine, pounds of methamphetamine, fake oxycodone that was really fentanyl, and fake Adderall that was really methamphetamine. And they were selling them the pills, probably between 6,000 and 10,000 pills a month is what they were distributing. Now, they all had their roles in this organization. Alam Rahim was kind of the chief executive officer, the CEO. She handled the business matters of the organization, told people what to do, and kind of was the ringleader or the orchestrator of it and directed their activities. Saif, who's up there at the top, and about the, looks like the fifth one over from the left as you're looking at the chart, is that he was the pill guy. He had the recipe for putting the pills together and pressing the pills. Haydar, he obtained the pill binder that Saif used to make the pills, and then he was also involved in distributing the drugs, as were most of the rest of the family members that are up there. The Atiyah family sold their drugs to, again, various mid-level drug traffickers who would sell them to others, including our undercover detectives. So some of the people that you see on these boards were arrested on Monday and Tuesday of this week, part of the ongoing investigation. And to kind of clarify some of their roles, explain what they are, one of the people up there is Crystal Arnold. She was obtaining kilograms of cocaine from Haydar Atiyah. Molar Gorgi, Gourgy, who was obtaining cocaine, fentanyl, and methamphetamine and pills from Haydar and Ali Atiyah. And then Gorgi, he decided to be an entrepreneur all unto himself. He obtained his own pill press, and he used the Atiyah's pill recipe and began his own pill distribution organization. When we served search warrants at his home here in Largo off Ulmerton Road on Monday morning, he had numerous pills in a safe in his residence. So to sum up the investigation, undercover detectives made about 20 purchases of drugs from the Atiyah organization between August of 2024 and April of 2025. Detectives purchased about 1 pound of cocaine, about 2,200 fake oxycodone and Adderall pills that again contained fentanyl and methamphetamine. We arrested 19 people on Monday and Tuesday on 113 different drug charges, ranging from armed drug trafficking to simple possession of the drugs. Many of these people are facing minimum mandatory 25-year prison sentences in the Florida Department of Corrections. And with the exception of the parents, with the exception of Alam Rahim and Tawfiq Akamali, all of these people, every single one of them, have extensive criminal histories. They've been arrested multiple times before on drug trafficking charges, as well as many of them for being felons in possession of guns. And as you can see, we seized more guns, an AR-15 and handguns in this investigation today. And as they should, these people all face significant prison sentences, not just because of those prior arrests for the drug crimes where obviously they didn't learn their lesson, but because of the danger that they're placing others in by duping people into thinking that they're buying oxycodone and Adderall when they're really buying fentanyl and methamphetamine. And as we know, fentanyl has caused the worst drug epidemic in the history of our country. It's 100 times more potent than morphine, 50 times more potent than heroin, and has literally caused the deaths of thousands of people across the United States. And that's why the Florida legislature has strengthened the penalties for fentanyl trafficking, and selling an ounce or more of fentanyl in these cases, it's 4 grams or more, will result in a 25-year minimum mandatory sentence in state prison. And it's also the reason why the legislature and the state of Florida, through the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, has provided significant funding to local law enforcement agencies to conduct these investigations. And I'm going to turn it over now to FDLE Commissioner Mark Glass, who will talk more about the SAFE program and the state funding.
That's the Pinellas County Sheriff talking about a large drug bust, 19 arrests, 113 total charges in that Operation Snowstorm that uncovered cocaine, fake pills from a large-scale drug operation. Governor Ron DeSantis still speaking in Lake County here, answering some more questions. Let's go ahead and listen in as he continues to speak, or it looks like he is wrapping up right now. So let's go ahead and take our first break here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back in a couple of minutes. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon live on Fox Local, fox13news.com, fox35orlando.com, and also on YouTube. It is time now for our Tampa Connection, and for that we go to Fox 13 digital content producer Nancy Gay. And Nancy, good afternoon to you. We appreciate you joining us for today's Tampa Connection.
Thanks, Garrett. Today, the first thing we're going to do is go down to Bradenton, where police say the general manager of an Oak and Stone restaurant is accused of burglarizing it early yesterday morning, and the entire thing was caught on camera. Now, police say an employee got to work yesterday morning and found the restaurant's entrance was unlocked. Police say the safe was open and empty, and the cash register at the bar appeared to have been forced open. So that employee called the general manager, William Johnson, and he said that he locked the restaurant at 12:45 a.m. However, investigators say that video from the Oak and Stone restaurant recorded a man with his face covered walking into the manager's office at 5:44 a.m. and unplugging the security cameras. Detectives also looked at video from multiple cameras that are outside near the restaurant, and they said the suspect was seen parking a Kia SUV that was registered to Johnson several blocks away from the Oak and Stone. Police say he then walked up to the restaurant, opened the door with a key, and 10 minutes later, according to officers, the suspect exited the business, wiped down the door handles, and left the door unlocked. Police say he then returned to the Kia carrying a deposit bag. Now, Johnson was arrested later that day at home, but police say he refused to speak to detectives. Now, this burglary is still under investigation, and anyone with any information is asked to call the Bradenton Police Department or Crime Stoppers. Garrett?
Wild case there, and crazy to see, first of all, this very clear surveillance video that I'm sure after seeing it, it did not take those involved to know who this was doing this.
Yeah, it's very clear surveillance video, and because he is the general manager of that restaurant, he had to have known there were cameras there. Even after he disabled them, he had to have known that the cameras caught him walking inside and actually disabling the cameras. So yeah, police definitely have a lot to work with. But again, if anybody has any additional information, they are asked to give them a call.
All right, our second story today, and that is hurricane victims in St. Petersburg fighting foreclosure now.
Yes, that's right. One family we spoke to was trying to rebuild their home after Hurricane Helene, and they were told that their mortgage was actually sold to a new owner that is now threatening to foreclose upon them. Now, this family, they were told not to make a mortgage payment for 4 months while they rebuilt their home. Then, when the insurance check came in, they were told to pull the money out of there and catch up on their mortgage payments. However, when the forbearance period ended, Mr. Cooper, that's a mortgage servicing company, bought this family's mortgage. When they tried to resume payments, they said they were shocked to learn that the company had already placed their home in foreclosure proceedings because they were 4 months behind on their mortgage. When they said they were in forbearance, the company said, "Not with us, you weren't." Now, Charles Gallagher, he's a St. Petersburg attorney that specializes in real estate, told Fox 13 that situations like this one are becoming increasingly more common, especially when the original forbearance agreement was verbal rather than written. Nation Star Mortgage, which is the LLC behind Mr. Cooper, has faced multiple lawsuits for failing to honor the terms of mortgages transferred from other companies. Now, all 50 state attorneys general have actually sued the company twice, which resulted in settlements for the homeowners. Now, Gallagher advises homeowners not to pay companies in a panic if they receive verbal threats of foreclosure. He said companies must first file a suit in court, which gives homeowners the chance to respond and then attend court proceedings. Garrett?
Gosh, such a mess there. You certainly feel for this family going through all of this after everything else as well, and certainly hope things get resolved.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is definitely a double whammy. You suffer from back-to-back hurricanes, your home is destroyed, you're in the process of rebuilding, and to have been told to actually stop paying your mortgage for a few months, and then to learn that your mortgage had been sold and the new company is not honoring that, I mean, that's just absolutely heartbreaking, given everything that these homeowners have already gone through.
Yeah, no other way about it. Well, our third story of the day, and that is top honors for Siesta Beach.
Yes, Siesta Beach has been named one of the top 50 beaches in the world. Now, Siesta Beach is often recognized for its outstanding powdery white sand. Now, that sand is actually made up of 99% pure quartz from the Appalachian Mountains, which stays cool to the touch even under the hot Florida sun. Now, Siesta Beach is the only beach in the United States to rank among the top 50 beaches in the world. As I mentioned, it is no stranger to making headlines for its beach because it has for its strong reputation. Now, earlier this year, TripAdvisor also ranked Siesta Beach as the top beach in America while naming it the 4th best worldwide. Now, the top best 50 beaches in the world, the top went to a beach in Italy. And to see a full list of all the beaches that are named among the best in the world, log on to fox13news.com. Garrett?
All right, yeah, that sand is something else.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful. And again,
Yeah.
It is unusual because obviously it gets very hot here in Florida, especially during the summertime. And it does stay, I wouldn't say it's cold to the touch, but it does stay relatively comfortable to the touch, if you will.
Yeah, not bad at all. Well, Fox 13 digital content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us for our Tampa connection.
Thank you.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Attorneys representing the family of Tiru Chabba spoke to the media today during a news conference on the campus of Florida State University. Chabba is the 45-year-old man from South Carolina, father of two, who was killed in the mass shooting at FSU earlier this month. His attorneys today representing Chabba's family members called for transparency and an open investigation into what happened. Specifically, they said they want more information about the suspected gunman, how he got the gun, why he did it. A lot of questions that to this point have not been answered as this investigation moves forward. We haven't heard from officials in a long time talking about those things, and so the attorneys today spoke about the importance of getting some of those answers as this family continues to mourn their loss.
Thank you. My name's Jim Bannister, and I, along with my co-counsel, represent Tiru Chabba and his family. Last week, he was laid to rest. His family, friends, and particularly his working buddies at Aramark all were there and spoke and told stories about Tiru, about his compassion, his diligence at work, and his abiding sense of humor. And underlying that funeral was questions about why and what happened. The Chabba family has realized that there's a mourning period that will really never end. They will never get over missing Tiru. He won't be there to see his children graduate from high school. He won't be there to see them marry, to have his grandchildren, and he won't be there with his loving wife to grow old with her as they had planned. That was appropriate for then, and that was the focus for the funeral, celebrating his life. But now it's time to try to get some answers to the why and the what. The why may be difficult. It may even be impossible. But the what is a different story. The family can and should be given some certainty about exactly what happened on that day. And so they recognize and they want everybody to know, the officials and law enforcement, that they want there to be a thorough investigation, and they want that time to be appropriate so that that can happen. But every day that they don't have basic answers to what happened is difficult for them. It's hard to process the grief appropriately without a real understanding of everything that happened on that particular day. And so while they want to give law enforcement and officials the time that they need, we want there to be a sense of urgency. To the extent that it can be done as rapidly as possible, that's what they would like. And I would like to say thank you, too, to the media, because they have respected the family's time to grieve and mourn. But now we're moving into a different process here to figure out what happened. Thank you.
Robbie Bell.
Good morning. My name is Robbie Bell. As a Florida State alumni, this hits hard at home. For such a special place to me, to be here under this horrific tragedy, it's hard to put into words. As a Florida State Seminole, we have a very strong community. It's built on integrity, character, and pride. And as being part of the Florida State family for generations, dating back in my family, family is the most important thing. And we are here for one reason, to put the victims and their families first. Thank you.
We'll take any questions you all have. Yes, ma'am?
What gaps or concerns do you believe exist in the current investigation?
We're not sure, mainly because our family and many of us have been kind of left in the dark in terms of what's happening. I will tell you this, Florida State University, Aramark have stepped up. We're not here to cast any aspersions on the university or their leadership. They were gracious enough to give us this space. They showed up at the funeral, which means a lot to the family. But we are asking, and this happens sometimes either intentionally or unintentionally, anytime you have law enforcement investigating other law enforcement, sometimes things don't necessarily go as they should. And so we want there to be a watchful eye. And we know the governor wants answers. We know that the Florida Department of Law Enforcement wants answers. We just want there to be a little sunlight in the process.
despite FSU's cooperation so far, if and when there's litigation over Mr. Chabba's death, will Florida State naturally be a defendant in any legal action? Can you talk about that at all?
I don't know the answer to that question. Like Mr. Bannister said, it's a lot of questions that we still have remaining. My hope is that this is my hope, my sincerest hope, is that we're able to work together to make these families whole and provide whatever remedies possible without necessarily being antagonistic, without being adversarial. I'm not here for that today. I know there is a great deal of expectation when you have a civil rights lawyer come to town. There's going to be some flame throwing and some rock throwing, but I think that Mr. Bell stated best that this is about family, and we're hopeful that we can have some conversations down the road that may not prove to be adversarial. I'm just not sure yet because we don't have answers to those basic questions.
I have a question about Mr. Chabba, if I may. Can you talk a little bit about why was he here at Florida State on that day, and how often did he come here and why?
So Mr. Chabba and his family, they reside in Greenville, South Carolina, and he works for Aramark Corporation. And he was here on business. He was here representing Aramark, and this was the second time he had been down in recent months. Aramark had been a vendor with Florida State for a while, and they were in the middle of negotiations for some continuing business concerns. So it was a little bit happenstance that he was here on that day in this particular location.
Yes, ma'am.
I was going to ask you, so is there still no indication yet for police about a motive for?
No, we don't have any answers. I think that you guys have seen the same reports. I mean, a lot of things that we've seen have come from the media. We don't have any insight that you all don't have. No motives. I mean, that's the family wants to know why. As you can imagine, losing a father, having children, and you can't explain why. When your dad goes on a work trip, they're supposed to come home, and so we want to get those answers.
And the Florida legislature is in session now. There are a number of gun-related bills that appear to be dead at this point, but I'm curious if the family has weighed in on any gun control proposals that Florida is looking at, whether it's campus carry or lowering the age to get weapons.
Yeah, as much as the push and pull in me is telling me to get involved in that political debate, the family is not going to leave the politics to the legislature. And so I think one of the things that we can do is be instructive. It's a word we learned this morning, because we want to make sure that we prevent this from happening on the campus of Florida A&M, University of Miami, Bethune-Cookman. I think that there should be some initiative to make sure that our campuses are safe and secure. We need to understand who the shooter was. We need to understand his background. We need to understand what the university knew about who the shooter was in their background. We need to know what Tallahassee State Community College knew about his background. We need to know about his interactions with law enforcement. Were there any interactions with law enforcement? We need to know about his interactions in the Child Protective Services arena. So those are a lot of the questions that we just need to find some answers to. But the politics, we're not here for that. As I started, I just wanted to give a huge shout out to Ron DeSantis. We can argue over immigration policy later, but right now we're just trying to make sure this family heals.
Would you be looking at Leon County Sheriff for any culpability in the situation being with the weapon?
I don't have that answer yet. The question that I would ask you to ask is, how did this weapon get in the hands of this young man? And if we're able to figure out that, then we can go back.
And that was kind of my question. In the interest of transparency, what kind of information are you looking for about the alleged shooter, about his time with the Leon County Sheriff?
Well, I'm going to let Robbie chime in here as well, but one of the things we want to know is where he got the gun from, how he got the gun, those type of things. Should he have had the weapon? I believe that there are good laws on the books about people who have diagnosed mental health issues. Was there a diagnosis, those type of things, but I'll let Robbie chime in too.
Yeah, all I have to say is difficult questions require difficult answers, and that's what we're here for, to try to help solve some of these questions that are remaining. So there's still a lot to be investigated. We're going to handle our investigation with the utmost professionalism, and hopefully we'll help the families and the victims find some answers here.
Yes, ma'am.
What would justice look like for the
Chabba family? Great question, but I like to be intentional in my words. Justice for the Chabba family is Tiru with his family for holidays. Justice is him picking his kids up from daycare. Justice is him sitting around the dinner table. Justice is him being able to celebrate those birthdays, like Mr. Bannister said, graduations, weddings. So justice for the Chabba family is a little bit out of the realm of possibility now because his life was taken. What we're looking for is accountability. We want accountability in the criminal process that's being undertaken now. We're looking for accountability from the university to see what, if anything, they could have done to prevent it or prevent these things from happening in the future. Everybody stepped up to the plate so far. And we just want that transparency so we can answer the questions that you all are all asking. I mean, it's cool to ask us these questions, but the people with the answers simply, they're not, we want to know, they're not here. We'll do a couple more because I'm now feeling like I'm in Charleston, South Carolina, and under my shirt is now sweating.
Can I follow up on that
Please
just
do.
briefly? Because I think justice definitely does not look like the canonization of the perpetrators of violent crimes. And I think too often that the victims are left with a feeling like the focus has become all on the perpetrator of the crime, that they are then touted in the media, they become famous, and that would simply not be appropriate in this situation.
Two more questions. I know you have one, and then I'll get you the last, okay?
I want to return to the point you made a few minutes ago about making the family whole. And Mr. Bannister, if I'm getting far afield, please tell me here. Florida is a sovereign immunity state. This shooting took place on state property. We have a process in Florida called relief bills or claims bills. It takes years, and I'm saying sometimes decades, for a family, for the survivors, to receive financial compensation for wrongful death. Are you aware of that?
We are becoming aware of that as we receive some of the paperwork from the Victims Assistance Program, and I will say that the forms leave you with a lot more questions than answers, and I'm a lawyer, so.
Yeah, we know that there are some tort obstacles. We know that there are some obstacles legally in, Leon County Courthouse and federal courthouses, but we believe we'll get accountability, and we believe that we're hopeful that the university will work with us. We're hopeful the Sheriff's Department will work with us. And again, we don't anticipate any adversarial relationship, and that's not why the family sent me down here, and that's not why I'm here today. Last question, and then we can answer some individual questions if you have them. I don't know the answer to that yet. We are exploring what resources the shooter and or his family have. We are going to do everything we can because this individual, he was a vice president. He was a father. He was a husband. There is a lot there that was taken from the Chabba family. And so I don't really have that answer for you either, but we'll explore any and all remedies possible. The last thing I'll say is thank you again to Florida State University. Thank you to the president of this institution. We saw you last Friday. You didn't have to come to the funeral. You could have sent a big delegation or made a big hoopla outside, but you just wanted to come and be a part of that celebration in this particular community at this particular time. And so there's a great deal of thanks that the president deserves. Thank you to the governor. Thank you to law enforcement. We just want a transparent, open investigation. A little sunshine never hurt anybody. Thank you, and God bless the great state of Florida, the state of South Carolina, and God bless all of you all.
We're going to take a break here on Florida Live. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. Here is a live look at downtown Tampa, where the Tampa Bay Lightning will be hosting the Florida Panthers tonight in Game 5, hoping to extend the series. They're down 3-1 now in that playoff series. Joining us live now to talk about this, where things stand, and where things go from here is Nick Geddes from the National News Desk at On3 Sports. And Nick, we appreciate you joining us this afternoon here on Florida Live.
Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
So just talk to us about where things stand in the series. We know the Lightning are down 3-1. It's been a pretty tough series, pretty physical series as well.
Yeah, we certainly expected that. I mean, these are two. We say it all the time in sports. Teams just don't like each other, and that's especially true for these two teams. And the Battle of Florida, fourth time in the last 5 years that these two teams have faced off in the first round. That's what the NHL wanted with this division format. That's what they got, and it's turned into a heck of a rivalry. So it's been physical. At times, the Lightning haven't been able to, I would say, match the physicality of Florida, but I think they've done that a little bit better in the last few games. But obviously, some of the bounces just haven't been able to go their way. And, these are two teams that they know each other probably better than any two other teams, I would probably say, in the entire NHL. So that's why it seems like it's really tight out there, and you really have to work really hard to try to get your stuff in. And I think that's been especially hard for the Lightning so far in this series.
Yeah, you mentioned the kind of the matchup and how sometimes it seems like Florida's been able to overpower the Lightning a little bit. It does seem like the Lightning have a much shorter leash when it comes to being able to make mistakes. It seems like they don't have as much wiggle room here if they want to keep this series going.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I go back to game 2, which ended up being a 2-0 game, but there was an empty netter. So it was essentially a 1-0 game. And the Lightning had about 3 or 4, glorious opportunities to score right in front of Sergei Bobrovsky early in the first period, and they missed those chances. And those grade A chances, those high danger chances, they didn't really come the rest of the game. And guess what? You ended up getting shut out. They had 6 power plays that game. They got nothing on it. And that's been a big reason why the Lightning are where they are. Is we can look at, fines and suspensions and dirty play or whatever, but the Lightning, who had the number 5 ranked power play in the regular season, are 1 for 15 on the power play in this series. They scored their first power play of the series. They've gone 0-14 since. They had a 5-minute power play up 2-1 in game 4, and they proceeded to get 0 shots on that power play. So to me, that's been the big story of the series. If the Lightning were able to have just on the power play, it's probably a 2-2 series, and we're going to see who takes a 3-2 lead. But that's not the reality we live in, so the Lightning have to regroup because it's win or go home tonight.
From the Panthers' perspective, it seems like we have definitely seen glimpses this series of why they're the defending champs and why the ceiling seems pretty high for them.
Yeah, the Florida Panthers, man. I mean, a lot of people here in Tampa, obviously, not too fond of the Panthers. All the playoff battles, and especially the stuff that's happened, Eric Ekblad getting the 2-game suspension for the hit on Brandon Hagel and whatnot. But you have to tip your cap. And that's sort of been, my main takeaway is the Panthers they're just a better hockey team. And sometimes that's as simple as that. The Lightning do not match up well against them. I say this, the teams the Lightning had 3-4 years ago when they were winning Stanley Cups is sort of what the Panthers have right now. Adding Brad Marchand at the trade deadline like they did, getting Matthew Tkachuk back in the lineup. They obviously had just gotten back Ekblad in the lineup, but now he's back out. And then you have a veteran goaltender in Sergei Bobrovsky, 36 years old, but he's a 3-time Vezina winner, just won a Stanley Cup last year, experienced head coach, and Paul Maurice, who just won a Stanley Cup. These guys are winners too, and they're a force to be reckoned with. So if they take care of this series against the Lightning, which they could do tonight, I have to think Florida is probably the favorite to go back to the Stanley Cup for the 3rd consecutive season.
You talk about Ekblad, and certainly no love lost between Lightning fans and him after a couple of controversial hits this series. You think does that make it even make Lightning fans want to win this even more?
Oh, especially. I mean, you would love to be able to stick it to him. And the thing is, it's like you felt like you stuck it to him last game when, they were the big hit by Ekblad and there was no call. And John Cooper was irate on the bench, and the Lightning responded by scoring 2 goals in 11 seconds. And, you thought that was going to be it. And obviously we know what happened from there, but that certainly heightens it tonight that Ekblad, what happened, and he's not playing. And obviously Brandon Hagel too, he's not playing either. So they just were able to get him back for game 4, and now he's out for game 5 too. So they're going to be playing for him, but they're playing for their lives. I mean, their backs are against the wall, and it's the same situation they were in last year, where they were down 3-1, trying to extend the series. They couldn't do it. We'll see if they do it tonight.
What do the Lightning need to do tonight if they want to do that?
I think it comes down to the small details. I think it really does. The Lightning are a very experienced group, a very veteran group with all the playoff series that they've had, and they've had the same core together for all these runs. And it's been a little uncharacteristic, especially when you look at game 4, when they got that 2-1 lead in the third period. It seems like they stopped pushing, and it seemed like they just tried to focus on, well, we're just going to try to defend and we're going to try to sit back. And that proved to just not be a sustainable way to try to finish off that game. So I think it comes down to that. If they get a lead, the details, I mean, getting pucks out, not trying to go for the little flips there to try to get past the blue line, because Florida, they've been able to stuff those out all series. I think that's what it comes down to. And then, like I mentioned, when you get your power play opportunities, you have to convert on those. You cannot have another 0-4 if you expect to extend this series.
Let's talk big picture here, Nick, because the fact that we are talking about this rivalry between two Florida hockey teams in the playoffs, against two of the better teams in the league the past few years. I mean, what does that tell us about hockey here?
Yeah, hockey is buzzing in the state of Florida. I could tell you, just speaking to the Tampa side of it, there's so much excitement. They have such a long-standing sellout streak going at Amalie Arena in the regular season, the postseason. It has turned into the sort of show in town. I mean, even people who may not be the biggest Lightning fan or the biggest hockey fan, they want to be in the arena. They want to be a part of the environment. I say it all the time. I think it's the best live sport to go see when it comes to atmosphere, and the playoffs just sort of ratchet that up even more. So, hockey's taken off down here in the South. I mean, you look at what the Dallas Stars are doing, one of the best teams in hockey. They have a Stanley Cup appearance within the last 5 years. You look at some other teams, even out west, like the Colorados of the world. I mean, it's not just in the South, but even teams out west who have been having a lot of success. But certainly when you look at the state of Florida, it has turned into, I think, a hotbed and a sort of a grassroots type of feel when it comes to growing the sport of hockey.
What do you expect to see tonight?
Tonight, I probably would say it's going to be much of the same. I think it's going to be really tight out there. I think you're going to be looking or searching for any sort of scoring opportunity that you can. And the middle of the ice is going to be an emphasis to see who can control that. Can the Lightning match the Panthers' forecheck? That's going to be a big deal going into this. And how does Florida look without Ekblad in the lineup? I know they won the first 2 games without him, but now they deal with not having him back there again, and that's their captain. So I probably expect it to be another sort of sandpaper type game like it's been for the rest of the series.
If this is it, if this is the last game of the year for the Lightning, what do they need to do in the offseason to hopefully prolong that their life in the playoffs next year?
The simple answer is the Lightning have got to get a little bit grittier in their bottom 6 in their forward group. I think they've lost some of that over the last few years, and I think Florida certainly has taken advantage of that. And at the end of the day, somehow find a way to not draw the Florida Panthers in the first round, because it's just a nightmare matchup for them. But, that's just the way it goes. They fought so hard to get the home ice for this matchup, and it didn't work out. But, this is still a team that has, MVP, Norris, Vezina winning players on this roster. A lot of guys. I mean, they had the most players with 30-plus goals during the regular season. It's still a very talent-laden group. I mean, you have one of the best coaches in the league in John Cooper. By no means do I think the window is closed necessarily, but they have to fine-tune the roster a little bit to give themselves a better shot moving forward.
All right, Nick Geddes from the National News Desk at On3 Sports. We appreciate you breaking down the series for us here on Florida Live.
Thank you guys so much. Enjoy it tonight.
All right, and let's hope for a Lightning win there. All right, want to bring your attention to some other breaking news this afternoon in the world of sports when it comes to Jordan Travis, the former Florida State quarterback, announcing his retirement this afternoon. He leads the Seminoles in touchdown responsibility, drafted last year by the Jets, posting this handwritten note on his social media accounts this afternoon, saying that he's overwhelmed with gratitude as he reflects on his journey, talking about being thankful for everyone who has helped him through his career. He talks about the leg injury back in November of 2023 and says that his life and his career took an unexpected turn, saying, quote, "I gave everything I had to the rehab process, but despite my efforts, my leg never responded the way we hoped. After much prayer and consultation with my doctors and medical team, I have been medically advised to retire from the game I love so deeply. It is crazy how fast life can change." He says, "This is not the ending I had ever imagined, but I do trust the Lord's plan above all else." He signs it with love and sincere gratitude, number 13. So breaking news this afternoon, Florida former state quarterback Jordan Travis retiring from the NFL. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live, so we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. A big day yesterday in the push to bring Major League Baseball to Orlando, as the Orlando Dreamers, the organization that has been making this effort and been central to this initiative, announced their anchor investor. It's the founder of Heartland Dental. His name is Rick Workman. We know the financial backing is there. $2.5 billion that the Dreamers organization has secured, $1.5 billion to bring in a franchise, and another $1 billion to build a stadium off I-Drive, right off I-4, near the in the heart of the tourist district in Orlando, down near the Aquatica Water Park. We also know that John Morgan, the billionaire attorney, is on board to invest as well. We talked yesterday with Jim Schnorf, who's the co-founder of the Orlando Dreamers organization, and he talked about the efforts that are ongoing, and says they're not directly targeting the Tampa Bay Rays, and also reaffirmed the belief that Florida can support 3 Major League Baseball teams.
So we're watching the situation very closely in these different markets that have stadium issues. So everyone asks about the Tampa Bay Rays. We believe Major League Baseball wants to get a longer-term conclusion as to what is going to happen stadium-wise with them sometime during this baseball season. They don't want to see this linger. I think there's some questions as to whether or not Tropicana Field can be repaired in time for the start of the 2026 season. And even if it can, at this point, that's just an interim solution. There's not a long-term solution over there. So we've taken a very measured and professional approach. We're not going to interfere with what's going on over in Tampa, St. Pete. What we are doing is controlling those things we can control and demonstrating to Major League Baseball Orlando is ready for a team. We think we have the pieces of the puzzle now put together, and we are ready for a team, whatever path that opportunity may come from, whether it's an existing team we would buy and relocate, or one of the 2 expansion slots that baseball's going to add.
So you're not saying that you have reached out to the Rays to see about them coming here, but you're not opposed to MLB making that decision for you?
We welcome any opportunity for acquisition, relocation of a team, or expansion. As I said, we have multiple paths for getting a team. We think that Major League Baseball will take a very responsible and measured approach to how that happens. And our mission is to show Major League Baseball the Orlando market is ready, our leadership team is ready. We believe we're at that point.
You've got the Rays in Tampa, the Marlins in Miami. Can Florida sustain 3 major league teams?
That's a wonderful question. So last year, California had 5 Major League Baseball teams. Florida is the fastest growing state in the country, 23.3 million people. So if California had 5 teams, fast growing Florida can't have 3. And the other thing we would say is this, that if the Rays end up staying in the St. Pete, Tampa area, last season there were 15 Major League Baseball team pairs in closer proximity than the driving time from Orlando to be in your seat at Tropicana Field for a game during a weeknight. It's 3 hours. I've done it many times. 15 team pairs in closer proximity. Orlando is a unique market, most visited destination in the country. We'll get 80 million visitors this year. So we can support a Major League Baseball team, whether or not there are 2 teams in Florida. We think it would make eminent sense to have a 3rd team here. And when people raise the proximity question, we say, go look, Baltimore and Washington with the Orioles and the Nationals. You got 2 teams in Chicago. You got 2 teams in LA. You got the Padres, not that far away from the Dodgers and the Angels in California. We positively can support a team here. It's an anomaly that Orlando has no professional baseball. We no longer have spring training. We don't even have minor league baseball here. Every competing city has AA or AAA minor league baseball. But yet, if you look at the history of Central Florida, baseball is woven into our fabric. So many iconic Hall of Famers started their careers here. Babe Ruth, Joe DiMaggio, Stan Musial, Mickey Mantle, Hank Aaron, Jackie Robinson. It is an anomaly we don't have professional baseball here. Time has come. This is probably once in a generational opportunity, and we're seizing that opportunity.
What does it take now, though? I mean, are you going to need additional funding other than this $2.5 million that you conditionally have? Or would we need more money? Would we just red tape cut? What is it going to take?
So we think it takes 2 things going forward. It takes continued demonstrated community interest, media, fans, business leaders, and it takes the finalization of a public-private partnership. Major League Baseball does not want to see a 100% privately financed initiative, in any city. And the reason for that is it sets a very challenging precedent for other cities that are trying to get new stadiums, renovated stadiums, or whatever. Now, that public portion of the public-private partnership can take different forms. There's no special formula that says the public has to be 51% of stadium construction financing. There's in-kind and supplemental types of public support. It could be infrastructure improvements. It could be road improvements. It could be property tax abatements.
So that was Jim Schnorf, the co-founder of the Orlando Dreamers, yesterday, talking about what it will take moving forward. We know that the Orlando Dreamers are working with hoping to get local leaders on board when it comes to those public-private partnerships. That's going to do it for us here on this busy afternoon on Florida Live. We appreciate you joining us, and we'll see you right back here tomorrow afternoon with more on Fox Local.